Okay, good morning, everyone. The date is Wednesday, August 6th. It's 8:33. We'll call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Madam Parliamentarian, could we read item 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 grant operating budget to expend federal grant funds from the Office of National Drug Control Policy for the purpose of disrupting the commerce of illegal drugs through Shelby County. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 federal grant funds in the amount of $305,971, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you so much. This item's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Mills. Good morning. Would you please give us your name and title, and you have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Daly Evans, Finance Administrator for the Sheriff's Office. Good morning, Commissioners. The Shelby County Office is requesting your approval to receive and appropriate $305,971 from the Office of Drug Control Policy, High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area. The purpose of the grant is to disrupt the commerce of illegal drugs in Shelby County. The grant has been pre-approved and have 3 sub-awards for the period of January 1, 2025 through 12/31/2026. Memphis Police Department share is $81,968. Shelby County District Attorney's Office, $79,520. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, $33,500, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, $113,983. These funds will be used for overtime, drug buy money, wiretapping, and executing search warrants. There is no match requirements for these grant dollars. We're requesting your approval of this item.
Thank you so much for that report. Commissioners, you've heard the presentation. I don't see anyone in the queue. Let's go ahead and take this to a vote, please. Commissioners, cast your votes. And if we could report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, and Bradford. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you so much. That item will move down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Can we read item 2, and if our presenters would go ahead and approach the podium.
Item 2 is a discussion to last approximately 10 minutes. Shelby County Criminal Justice Center, Sheriff Floyd Bonner Jr., Kemp Conrad, and Al Dotson Jr. presenting.
Thank you so much. Lady, gentlemen, if you would give us your names and address. I believe we will start the clock with 10 minutes, and then there may be discussion following that.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Floyd Bonner will be here. Sheriff Bonner will be here in just a moment, so I'm just standing in for him for a short period.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kemp Conrad. I'm with Cushman & Wakefield Commercial Advisors, 5152 address, 5101 Wheelers Drive, Suite 300, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Al Dotson, 1450 Brickell Avenue in Miami, son of Memphis, having my father being born here at the John Gaston Hospital, some time ago.
Floor is yours. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you again. Appreciate all your time this morning and your service to the community. Especially want to thank just Chairman Wright, who's been in conversations with us and working with us and helping inform this plan over the last several weeks and months. You know, we believe there's a unique opportunity right now, not only to remedy the current, what I would call deplorable conditions of 201 Poplar just outside the window here, but also create a new holistic justice center for this community, not only to take into account what's currently happening at 201 Poplar, but also the assets that are out at Shelby Farms. And so one that's worthy of Shelby County. And so what we want to do today is, the purpose of the presentation is just, number one, share a vision for this public and private partnership and what this could look like for a new criminal justice center. It would be on 71 acres in North Memphis, commonly known as the old Firestone site. And we're going to request $350,000 to start funding a master plan so the community and the commission can start moving forward on what it would take to relocate in Phase 1 201 Poplar. Quickly, just want to talk about the team. SMPO is the development lead. They own the property, very well-regarded Memphis-based developer. They've developed a lot for the GSA, the Government Service Administration for the federal government, so they're used to building to the highest standards. They developed the former Southern Command in South Florida, and a very well-regarded firm with deep roots in this community. Our architecture and design firm, MHM and HOK, both very experienced in the criminal justice space. This is a very specialized build, so we brought the top experts to the table. Bell Construction, based in Nashville, again, national reputation with a deep experience in developing criminal justice facilities. My firm, Cushman & Wakefield Commercial Advisors, Real Estate Advisory. You're going to hear from Al from Blitz & Sundberg, our P3 advisor, Britnum and Whitehead law firms on local legal and land use. And I just want to say, too, that we are committed to building small business capacity. There's going to be a lot of work involved in this project, and this team is fully committed to doing that from the ground up and build a team that looks like Shelby County. I've had some great discussions with Commissioner Thornton on that. We've met with Andre Ford, who's here. I see my friend Ernest Strickland from the Black Business, the Black Chamber. So this will be a cornerstone of our effort. It's no secret why we're here. The state of 201 Poplar, I don't need to kind of rehash that with you. It's just a human catastrophe. It's an old building. It's aged, and I think we can and should do better as a community. And from an overcrowding standpoint, I know there are a lot of different issues going on, but I don't think anybody, or not many people, disagree that a new physical plant is what we need. Why this project matters, and number one, it would be a new modern facility that would meet and exceed the CTAS report that was commissioned by this body. It will support and complies with the county's mandated responsibility under the law, and a newly designed facility that's not in a high-rise, but that's nicely designed with open light, with open space, will also provide a lot of efficiencies for the Sheriff's Department, eliminating transport, from the Shelby Farms area downtown. There are just a lot of benefits there in that as well. So people will actually have a chance of coming out of 201 better than they go in, which is not the case right now because of the condition of that facility. In addition to, this is just a quick map. It just shows you've got about 100 acres of criminal justice assets out in Shelby Farms. This shows the site. The site is 2 minutes from Interstate 240. It's 6 minutes from downtown Memphis. Our vision is we hope a lot of the attorneys and supporting businesses will move out that way, lawyers, things like that. If not, it is 6 minutes away, and you can see the kind of proximity to Shelby Farms. Outside of just the need for a new facility, we believe that there's an opportunity to have a transformative effect on North Memphis, not seen since the 1980s when the Firestone plant left that area. If you've got thousands of people coming to work in an area, you're going to need more restaurants, you're going to need residential, you're going to need retail, and we see that happening along the Thomas Corridor there, so we think that's a massive opportunity. In addition, this project, once moved, will free up 10 acres in the heart of downtown Memphis, right in the Convention Center District, not far from Alsac St. Jude. And in phases 2 and 3, if the stakeholders, including the state and the federal government and the county, want to move the other assets, it also frees up 100 acres in Shelby Farms that could also be redeveloped that the county controls. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Al to talk about some of the details of the public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thanks, Kemp. A few things I just want to lay the groundwork for. I've been working with SMPO for almost 3 decades, doing work for them around the country, including in South Florida. And I've also worked on public-private partnerships around the country, again, including South Florida. And I have been working on public-private partnerships that are in the space of justice centers. So I bring to you that, and next slide, I want you to know that a public-private partnership is a way of allocating risk between the government and the private sector, so that the government does not have to assume 100% of the risk in order to achieve a public policy priority. Next slide. And they say if you've seen one public-private partnership, you've seen one public-private partnership. They are very different. They have to be done in a way that is respectful to the community, in a way that engages the community throughout the process, so that the ultimate product is consistent, compatible, and complements the surrounding community. What we are looking at is a 3-phased master plan, where the main focus is Phase 1, which includes the consolidation of the 201 Poplar facilities, a juvenile court and detention center, and modern and efficient infrastructure. Kemp already talked to the CTAS report that you all commissioned and what it suggested needed to happen. The public-private partnership and the master plan will give us a roadmap, next slide, as it relates to Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 with a focus on Phase 1. The stakeholder coordination will also take place during this process. While we've had some conversations, by no means are those all the conversations that need to take place. But it can't simply be listening to what people have to say. It has to be responding to what you hear and incorporating that into the overall master plan. It gives an opportunity to refine the cost and the schedule. And this $350,000, as compared to the $1 million that Nashville spent on a master plan, will get you further down the path to developing what it is that you're looking to achieve. Next slide. So what will the master plan deliver? It will be the preliminary guidelines for each of these areas for Phase 1, and as I mentioned earlier, some of Phase 2 and 3. This will be a preliminary planning and stakeholder engagement, not a commitment to construction. This team is already mobilized, and funding is only to define options and refine costs, not to execute the full project. Next slide. Now, why is this an opportunity for you? Privately owned land provides access to funds that government may not have, that will make this a financially attractive option for Shelby County. These are just some of the areas where you will see benefits to the county. Next slide. Kim?
So yeah, the next steps is to begin the planning and budgeting process for the new Justice Center. A lot of this could be used on, whichever site. We think this was the best site by far that CTAS has pointed out, your study. Ongoing engagement with community stakeholders, which has begun, but we have a lot of work to do here. They will inform the plan, and also with our local, state, and federal partners, especially on funding. And I just want to make sure we leave for Ms. Lindsay to say a few words from the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Commissioners. As you know, for the last 2 years, we've been traveling to the state trying to get a bill passed for a 1% increase in sales tax. But for the last 2 years, that bill has failed. The current jail facility is over 43 years old, is in a state of disrepair. In fiscal year 2025, we either expended or encumbered $18 million. So the current facility is unsafe for our current staff and detainees. And the cost of doing nothing is continued jail maintenance cost. It's additional tort liability claims, none of those of which are good for the county. And that's pretty much what we want to say, is that we are really in a need of a new jail facility, and we we're going to continue to say that until something is done. And we hope that this is a path forward for us. The jail is the main priority for Sheriff Bonner, and we would just ask this commission to support this endeavor so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you so much. Give me a second to get my screen back up. I do have a couple of commissioners in the queue now. Commissioner Ford.
Chair,
And just before you start
yes.
there, I do want to state, I do have a
That's
comment
what I was
card.
about to ask. How many
I'd
cards
like-
do you have?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and if we could get the commissioners in, and then we'll go to the public.
Well, I was going to ask, could we hear the public first? Because the context that the public, community leaders and whatnot may have may modify not just what I may say, but it may modify the future dialogue. So that was going to be my request, and I'll get back in the queue.
All right, yeah, if you want to do that first, that,
If you don't mind.
by all means. Well, if you all would take a seat, and then we'll let the public come out. So I do have a comment card from Dr.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir. From Dr. Carnita Atwater, if you would come up, please. Good morning. If you would give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. If you hit that person icon there.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Carnita Atwater. I live at 1098 Firestone, Memphis, Tennessee, 3038107. Good morning, Commissioners. I find this morning to be very intriguing because I am the Executive Director of New Chicago Community Partnership Revitalization Plan. And that plan was attached to Memphis 3.0 about 8-9 years ago. And in that plan, we had ideas that was originated from the community, the stakeholders. And as I was listening this morning, I find that they mentioned the stakeholders, but I am the executive director of the New Chicago CDC and was never invited to the table. In 2019, our team tried to buy the 88 acres that is proposed today for the jail. And we was going to build a resort center there, performance arts center, a youth development center, skill development center, a grocery store, and a host of other things. We also wanted to purchase all the land going down Firestone. So my question would be, why is it when it comes to the city and county, we had the developers, the investors from all over the South to help us in this funding, but we was denied. And so now we're here talking about a jail. We do not want the New Chicago community to be a dumping ground for a jail. I think the best place for the jail is out in the Penna Farm part. When you talk about negative intakes, inputs, you're always talking about African-American communities, and we never have a seat at the table until you design what you want to design as far as the master plan. New Chicago CDC has their own master plan that was ignored and denied by the city and the county. So therefore, I ask that you support our plan. And yes, several people here today asked me to come and meet with them, but I don't do backdoor meetings, and nor will I meet after you have made your plan up, because it's disrespectful to the New Chicago CDC, which is the oldest CDC in the city. And we have not received not one penny from the city or the county. We have a museum there. We also have different activities for children. We also have a literacy program. We feed over 10,000 individuals each year. We donate 5,000 book bags and school supplies, 5,000 coats. So we are doing the community outreach. So we don't need anyone to come in and tell us what to do. We need help from the city and the county. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Atwater. Appreciate that. Commissioner Ford, did you want to come back, or? Okay, all right. Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Atwater.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills.
Wow, I went from third to first. I do have a few comments and a few questions for the crew that was up here.
If you'd like to come back up, and I see Sheriff Bonner as well, if you'd like to join us.
I've been on Team Sheriff Bonner for a new jail since our first discussion, which has been many years. And I think this is a number one priority for Shelby County. It is needed because if we don't build a jail, we're going to be told to build a jail. Back to what CAO Lindsay discussed, trying to get legislation passed, House Bill 308, for a referendum item for a sales tax increase for a set amount of time to fund the jail. And it was killed by a Shelby County Republican representative, which just blows my ever-loving mind that it was killed by him on something we needed to give people an opportunity to have a say of how we fund a jail. I do have questions. And I think we all agree, yes, jail. I think we agree, yes, we need everything that everybody's ever mentioned. It's just you get down to how do you fund it, the cost, and how do we get there. I like the idea of an opportunity zone. I know the ones that those of us in our second term, we did a tour around Shelby County with Under Secretary Byrd with the opportunity zones, and this was one of the zones we stopped at and discussed. So I like that this could be used for that. I do have concerns with the rent-to-own process. I don't know if that's what it's called. With the partnership, what are we going to get when it is turned over to the county? If you could address that, would be my first question. And second question, other than a referendum item for a sales tax, property sales tax, we don't have the money to just say, here, go build a jail. How do you propose funding this? I know there might be state and federal dollars for this. I don't know. So if you could address those two. Thank you.
Sure. Let me kick it off, and I'll turn it over to Al. First, I just want to respond to.
If you would just give your name one more
Sure,
time
yeah.
before you speak each time, please.
Kemp Conrad. And I appreciate everything that Ms. Atwater said, and I apologize we have not met with you yet, and we would love to do that. We are doing our best to meet with as many stakeholders as we can, policymakers, elected officials, and community members. So I'm sorry, and we would love to meet with you and get your input. We have started those community conversations. We've met with Bishop Brandon Porter of Kojic, who's very supportive, and we're super excited. Manassas High School is not far away. We've met with Principal Eric Cooper, and I've had some great discussions with Commissioner Caswell about creating, and he's talked to the principal about this, about a youth into law enforcement. I know the sheriff, the Memphis Police Department, we need more great law enforcement officers, police officers, and this would be a great opportunity to create that pathway. So we are 100% committed to a robust community conversation. On the funding, I do think especially if we can move the state and the federal assets that are out there, I will say y'all are lucky to have such a talented operator as Anthony Alexander, who oversees corrections. He's a super impressive gentleman. He likes this plan and consolidating it. You have older facilities out there too, but a little bit easier to operate than the situation at 201 Poplar. So I think especially if we rethink how we as a community do criminal justice. I see Mr. Spickler here today with the county, the state, the federal government, and do it in a uniquely Memphis way. I think we can get state and federal funding to help this. There were two other sites mentioned in the CTAS report, moving the puzzle around downtown and Shelby Farms. This site does come with some financial advantages, and I'll have Al hit on, but I will say as it relates to downtown, you're going to have to go high. It's going to be very expensive, a lot of operational issues. Tunnels, it would be much more expensive than a greenfield 75-acre site. Shelby Farms, you're going to have there's massive traffic construction issues there, so you've got to probably bring back that 10-year traffic plan, hundreds of millions of dollars. A lot of that's in a floodplain. There's a conservation easement land use issue with Mr. Whitehead can talk about, and there's also no utility infrastructure there that exists. So of the three sites in the CTAS report, this site by far would be the most economical. There's a lot that has to be negotiated as it relates to a lease purchase. We would provide a purchase option, and so that'll just be part of the negotiation. But I think that what this does enable is all of this not to go, or whatever part the county funds, not to go on the balance sheet with a bond offering, and having some flexibility if you wanted to do that kind of structure and there'd just be a whole negotiation around what that looks like. But regardless, we've got to get started on the planning and the actual cost estimating. The Bell team has given us a good tight number, but, we just need more, we have to start the process to get the fine-tuned. Al, do you want to speak to the?
Yes, Al Dotson. I'm not sure how much more I can add to what Kemp just said, but I will go back where you started on the robust nature of the community outreach. It is absolutely critical that everyone understand it is beginning. It is not over. It's not even close to being over, and it will continue throughout this process. And that's part of the master planning process. There are stakeholders who may not be here today, may not be listening or watching us today, that will be part of this process. There are some who are here that will be part of the process, and that's going to continue. So I want everyone to know that as a public-private partnership, outreach is a continuing process. It doesn't begin or end, even once the project begins. That's number one. Number two, as it relates to the sale and what type of product or facilities you'll have if you purchase, the county will be in the position of operating and maintaining the facility. So you will know exactly the status of that facility during the time that you are there to make the decision of whether you want to purchase it or not. That will all go into the negotiations between now and the time that an agreement is entered into. What you want the facility to look like at the time of construction and the condition at the time of purchase, should you choose to exercise that.
Did we answer your question, Commissioner?
I have others, but I'll get in the queue. Maybe somebody else will ask them.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mills. Back to Commissioner Ford.
Somebody's got to turn the mic. Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague, Commissioner Mills, for giving the Nashville context. Now I don't have to do that. I know you don't like mentioning Representative Leatherwood's name, but that's the one. And it wasn't just that bill, it was other bills also. There is a need. That need has been articulated for years. We do not want to get to a place where the sheriff or whoever's in office, if it comes after the fact, is coerced to do it, and it has to be done. I don't think my colleague brought up how much it would cost if we did a strict tax increase and actually had it for a set amount of years. It would be a 70-cent tax increase, and that's only if this body exclusively put and codified that every single penny would go to the jail. But this is the same body that couldn't find a way how to raise taxes by 4 cents. So do I even need to entertain 70 cents? No, not at all. I appreciate the presentation, but what I don't want us to leave out is the community, and I appreciate you saying that you will meet with Dr. Atwater. I do want you to see, and you were on the council with me, so you got to see the infancy stages of what was brought in the 3.0. But I would be remiss if I did not include what this commissioner tried to bring because of some of the people who Dr. Atwater's group came to me as well as Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas on trying to fund some of the things in that plan. And I think that plan's been around since 2017. So I just wanted to be known that there were individuals that were trying to fund things for the community. And I just wanted to make sure that we do not leave them out. For example, and Dr. Atwater, I'll get you this information and I will show you exactly what transpired that day. If I can just have a little latitude, for example, one of the things in the 3.0 was a grocery store for the North Memphis area. This commissioner brought a resolution in order to have funds for that project, working with Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas. But it was people in this body that decided to add things at the last second where that money was snatched. I'll get back in the queue to be more specific about that and bring it full circle on what this commissioner would like to see. I don't represent that area, but you got to watch what people do and say who do represent particular areas. So I'll get back in the queue to be respectful of time, but I just wanted to be known that we need to work collaboratively and communication is key, and I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Oh, the screen's not working? I do have several commissioners in the queue. Have you been trying to get in the queue? Commissioner Brooks, do you mind if we go ahead and recognize Commissioner Sugarman first, and she's... Let me go to Commissioner Sugarman first, and then we'll get back to you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so, of course, it's not like me not to have anything to say, but my screen is not working. Having said that, I have a few questions for you all. Number one, what is the timeline that is anticipated for developing a detailed master plan? Number two, the ask today, I understand that, but what are the anticipated future asks of the commission and the county? And then, let's see, number three, well, I have 4 questions. Number 3, what opportunities does the project create for downtown redevelopments? And number 4, how might this project spur economic growth in North Memphis? Thank you.
I'll start off if I could. So,
If you could repeat your name, too.
yes, Kemp Conrad. First question, we can have the master plan process done within 6 months, and we think we can have a new facility built within 36 months. As it relates to the other 2 economic development opportunities for the county and for the community, it would, again, be this body's decision as the policymakers, 10 acres right in the heart of downtown Memphis, on how that gets redeveloped. If it's sold, you could ground lease it. There's a lot of different ways to structure that, but y'all would be able to make that decision on how to maximize the value for downtown Memphis with something other than a high-rise jail in the heart of downtown Memphis. The same opportunity would also exist out in the Shelby Farms area, where there's over 100 acres that are currently also antiquated, outdated criminal justice assets for the sheriff's department, the state, and the federal government. I know the sheriffs, you guys have flooding issues, out there as well. So all that can also be reimagined and monetized to the benefit of the park, to further support the park, getting more people in here for like sales tax dollars, tourism dollars. There's a lot more programming the park could do if they had that. So that's another massive opportunity. So again, by supporting this, you catalyze 3 opportunities, one in New Chicago, one in downtown Memphis, one in Shelby Farms. The last question was on the 4th one. Oh, the future ask. You want to take that one, Al? No. Okay. So I'm trying to think, Rick, on the future, like post master plan process. Once the master plan process is done. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Rick Bruning, Bell Construction, address, and Brentwood, Tennessee. Is that close enough? So master plan. So once the master plan process is done, we're gonna kind of get into the stage of pretty much getting it ready for like big documents. So we'll get the master plan done, and then master plan is going to have to be agreed upon by the sheriff's office and the commissioner, Shelby County. Once that's done, it's kind of ready for construction. It's ready to kind of turn the master plan into schematic documents, and then then we're going to go to design development and then to CDs before we can build it. So it's just going to kind of start the process of putting plans together for a build.
Commissioner Sugarman.
If I may, Chair, as far as the ask, dollar amount ask, I understand today the dollar amount ask, but the future asks, what do they look like for Shelby County? If you can Because my rationale is because Regional One, they had an ask, and then they had another ask, and ask, and ask, and ask. And so now we're at like $500 million, and it originated like $250 million. So I was just wondering, what are the future asks of the Shelby County Commission and as well as the county? Thank you.
I'll take that.
Thank you.
First of all, this is going to be, this is going to work.
You could
in
repeat
sta-
your name, too, as
Yes.
well, sir.
My name is Al Dotson. This is going to work in stages. We don't know, and you don't know yet, exactly what you're going to consolidate on that site. The purpose of the master plan is for us to come back to you with what can be consolidated on that site, what that would look like, along with the cost associated with it. We will then together determine what's going to happen and how it's going to be funded. Part of that is the discussion in the public-private partnership of the private sector's component of that and the public sector's component of that. To say there won't be a future ask is disingenuous. So you're right, there will be something. What that will be determined as we go through this process. But after the master plan, we'll have a better sense of what that's going to look like when we sit down and talk about the next steps.
Yeah, I just want to add too in the presentation. So what the 350 will get. I'll say too. Nashville, Bell built the Youth Empowerment, Justice and Empowerment Center in Nashville. They are building it. That master plan there was about $1 million for that. So the architecture team has gotten really aggressive on being able to fund this so this body can move forward. So it's going to get you a full facility program, talking to the sheriff and their team about what they need, the site planning, circulation, access, structure, the renderings, tighter cost estimates, and that stakeholder alignment. And then after that, and again, in the background, there's going to be a negotiation around, what do you want it to look like? I mean, that's going to inform that process. So, and I will just say too, from an economic development standpoint, we've got renderings in here, again, subject to community input. But what this is not is taking the current 201 Poplar and putting it in New Chicago. What our vision is, you'd have 4-story detention, tilt-up construction, so light, open spaces, much more affordable than going high-rise, and then skinning it with the office, the courts, the sheriff's department office. It would be a beautiful structure on the outside. And from an economic development standpoint, talk about a grocery, the best opportunity to get a grocery store is to load thousands of people that are coming to work every day into this area, that are going to want to shop, that are going to want to go, hope maybe work near where they live, where they work, buy houses, develop apartments, go to restaurants and that kind of thing. So that's why we also think it's a massive economic development engine for New Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is moving quite fast. I'm not sure about some of my colleagues, but I have not been in discussion with anyone about this. And that concerns me because I've just been given a resolution that is going to even move it further down the road, authorizing the expenditure of $350,000 for a master plan to develop and relocate. But my concern is, number one, the amount of discussion, the amount of input, the amount of engagement that has occurred with the community. Let me just say this. I appreciate Dr. Atwater for being here. And I know that this was last minute for her because I just got the documents myself, maybe 3 or 4 days ago. I'm keeping an open mind, Sheriff, but I have some concern about this train moving so fast. I really am. Number one. Number two, I am adamantly against co-locating juvenile court and detention near an adult male and female facility. Quite frankly, I read some of the documents from the Annie Casey Foundation, and that all of that information talks about the negative impact of co-locating juvenile facilities near adult facilities. Do we know? Are we concerned with? Have we even bothered to research the impact on the psyche of the juvenile defenders? We have juvenile defenders, status offenders, dependent and neglected children, and abused children. So we're talking about all of these being co-located. So I know that, it sounds like it's something that some people can just brush off, but you have to have a certain mindset about rehabilitating children to be concerned about it. So the process of placing juveniles in an environment which packages our children for some future economic value or benefit is reprehensible. As a community goal, we should not be thinking about that. Our children mean more. They should mean more than that. We don't monetize and make commodities of our children. We don't do that. The Annie Casey Foundation says that exposing youth to adult jails is detrimental, counterproductive, resulting in negative outcomes for young people and the community. The Casey Foundation emphasized that such environments are more akin to adult prisons than rehabilitative settings and advocate for community-based alternatives. And we're talking about children here, all kinds of children. The Annie Casey Foundation highlights that detention, particularly in facilities resembling adult jails, exposes youth to trauma and violence and undermines their development and increases the likelihood of future criminal behavior. So that's my second primary concern. When I say this is moving fast, I got some other concerns also, and I'm going to run out of time, if I'm not already out of time, in reference to your economic impact. I did have an opportunity to look at that. I have some questions because they weren't answered in your little presentation. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that we have some additional discussion around this plan so that we can ask some additional questions, and then the community, New Chicago community, or the impacted area can get the information and come and present their comments, and we can hear from them. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Bradford?
Thank you. I've got a few questions. Also, we're just handed an add-on, so I think a few of my questions are actually going to be about this add-on, so I'll hold those for that. There's several items I like about this plan. I like the P3. I like that we're, joining private and public dollars to help offset some of our initial costs. That's great. I've long time been a proponent of getting the jail out of downtown. I think that we can do a much better use of developing that property for other needs instead of having the jail downtown. I also, and I missed this, I think, when I first saw your information, but I also like the idea of possibly, I think it said Phase 3 of relocating the correctional facilities out at Shelby Farms to this location as well, putting everything in one location. Wonderful. A few concerns, and I guess the first one, I didn't hear this, so I want to make sure that my assumptions are correct. Sheriff Bonner, you will still run the facility, right? We're not bringing in GO or CCA, Core Civic, or anybody like that. It'll still be under your control, right?
Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner. No, sir, I won't. I'll probably be retired by then. But the
Shelby County Sheriff's Office will.
The Sheriff's Office will run the facility. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That's great. I think the rest of my questions I'm going to hold until we hear this add-on item, if we hear this add-on item today. So thank you all for the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Ford? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. We do have one new commissioner, Commissioner Avant.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Feels like afternoon already. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a few questions. One around the feasibility of this master plan. encompassing the other facilities and properties that we already have. So the county owns the facilities out at Shelby Farms, which, good, bad, or indifferent, it's property we own. There are buildings that are already located there. The facility downtown, property we already own, buildings, obviously in need of a lot of improvements and repairs. So I guess my question is, how expansive could this master plan be? We know that we need a new jail, that no one is disputing that particular fact. But I guess my concern would be that we go and move into purchasing more land when we already have land that the county currently owns. And what's the feasibility of us making an additional investment rather than repurposing land and buildings that we already own? Just to be good fiduciaries, if we're thinking, 5-10 years down the line, when some of us will not be on this body, I do want to make sure that we're making the best fiscal decision in order to benefit Shelby County and still meet the need that we have in having a new jail. So I guess just question for you, understanding that the master plan is brought because of the public-private partnership that is wanting to partner with the county because you already own the land and there's a way to create economic development. But I do have concerns about us not incorporating land and buildings that the county currently already owns.
Kip Conrad, thank you for that question. There are several aspects of the master plan, the $350,000 that would be transferable wherever you decide to relocate the current 201 Poplar, like the facility programming. So CTAS took it to a certain extent, but what is this body, the sheriff, his team, what are the experts, how do you want it programmed? How much space, how big, how many beds, how much light, where are the open areas, how much parking do we want, free parking, secured parking, all those things, site planning, cost estimating. So I think there are a lot of things in here that would be transferable or kind of agnostic. And it candidly, as a Memphian and someone, it makes me sad waking up every day and reading the articles. I hope that y'all move this forward, and we try to do this from a civic standpoint, so it is transferable. I do think it would be wise for y'all to look at. I think it's a pretty easy study, but if you have a 75-acre greenfield site that's basically ready to go with infrastructure, with a road network, with all these financial benefits, new market tax credits, all the things that exist that are only available to the private sector that then the government can benefit from, the efficiencies at this site, I believe, are going to far outweigh going to Shelby Farms, where, number one, you have flood issues out there. Number two, I think it's in a conservation easement, and you're going to have land use issues out there. Traffic out there is already very, very challenging, and I think you're going to have to then, bring that study back that just got killed, and that's probably a 10-year, multi-hundred-million-year process for that. And there's also no utility infrastructure out there in Area 10. So I think when you add all those costs up on that side of the ledger compared to a greenfield 71-acre site or moving the pieces around downtown where you're going to have to go high again, that vertical construction costs a lot more money. This site is going to be by far the most economical, and you've got a developer who's willing to partner with the county to help capitalize a part of the construction.
And tell me what that means when you say a developer who's going to partner with the county in order to, I guess this is upfront costs, and in the presentation it says possibly lease to purchase. So tell me the benefit for the developer and how all of this works out if we decide to move this to the Firestone area.
Sure. Great question. So the developer obviously, owns the land, so they would get, they're going to get a profit on the land. There's going to be a development fee and all this will be like open book, transparent. If we move forward on the site, I assume the county's going to have somebody, this isn't something that y'all do every day, negotiating all these details. So it's a market-based deal for the county. But they're going to be taking the construction risk, the financing risk. They're going to basically build and turn over a building to the county per the specs that this body, working with the sheriff's office, defines. I think that what that enables the county to do is not have to go out and get, go do a bond issue for the entire facility. So you would lease it for some certain amount of time and then purchase it sometime in the future if the county decides to do that. So there's just more flexibility around that. Do you want to comment on that, Al?
I do, and I also want to say that it doesn't have to include the juvenile detention facility. We listed that as a possibility, but the policymakers determine what goes where and when it goes there. I want to be crystal clear. We're not making that determination for you. This master plan will look at the possibilities. It is not imposing a decision on anyone. Second, with respect to the benefits here, the developers already spent funds in bringing us to this point that the county would otherwise have to spend either at its existing site or this site to put it in a position where we can use this and determine whether a master plan will work. So I wanted to level set where we are in this process on that. Lastly, as it relates to your question, it's critical to understand that a public-private partnership is going to be a creature of negotiation. You're going to determine what you want to accept, what you want to pay, and what you want to impose on the developer, for the developer to take that risk. Kemp has talked about some of the risk that is typically taken on by a developer, the financial risk, the construction risk, and at the end of the day, you'll have property that you can monetize and leverage, whether it's the downtown facilities that you currently have. You may decide we're going to do something else with that, and that will help fund other priorities that you have, and the same thing with Shelby Farm. So I wanted to make sure that that part was also emphasized.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, it seems like a little, I mean, we're talking about, it is a big project, it is a, detention facility, but it's not unlike if the county were going to go lease an office building for, or do a build-to-suit if you need a new office building. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward process based on cost inputs, what are interest rates, what's a fair return, what's the lease term, what's the purchase price. So it would be a super transparent, open book negotiation. But again, the 350 gets the process going and is somewhat agnostic. So wherever this goes, we're moving towards a solution as a community.
And quickly, before the chair asks us to say our name again, that was Al Dotson speaking, and before that, Kemp Conner.
I'll get back in.
We good? Okay, all right. We'll move back to Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dotson, I'm going to take the last thing that you said, and I'm going to run with it. You're absolutely correct. If this body wanted to do particular things, it's not, I'm going to see what I can do. It would be, I will see what I can done, because it would have been done. I didn't make that up. That actually came from an episode of Good Times, so just letting you know. So I won't take credit for that. In order for neighborhoods to turn into sustainable communities, they need to have four things: a bank, a grocery, great schools, and medical services such as a hospital or whatever the case may be. It doesn't hurt to have a substation or a police station as well in close proximity. And the reason why I bring this up is because if we're serious about this, and Kemp, you and I served together for a good while, and I remember three things that we lived by, and many of the city council members lived by. And Sheriff, I wish that was the case over here. It was try not to raise taxes, do not take away from public safety, and be socially conscious of the neighborhoods. And not if, when we were able to do that, everybody was able to eat at the table, regardless of what district you represented, whether it was a single-member district or a super district. And it worked well. That's when budgets were easy and they got passed in record time, but I miss those days. The reason why I bring this up, and to go back to the discussion on this criminal justice center, I think it is imperative that when we have these conversations, let's not discount what conversations were being had prior to, And what I did was, and I'll make sure y'all get a copy of this, you as well as Dr. Atwater, on some of the things that this body and some commissioners were asked to do that did not get done. Now, some of the stuff, half the people in this body were not here for, but some of the actions were made by the same administration that was here 4 years ago and is here now. I have a letter from Councilwoman Michaeline Easter Thomas, September 21st, 2021. And it was addressed to me, and it was asked to look at some of the ancillary tenant type institutions, such as what I articulated on record. This commissioner brought a resolution for some of the federal dollars to go to the aforementioned projects that Dr. Atwater and the community leaders talked about. It was unfortunate that that commissioner, that council member, came here and got berated by people on this body. Same latitude as the last two people, thank you. When that money was approved, when it was time to bring it back, three things happened. One, you had a commissioner that stated, we need to hold off until last dollars are put in. That compromised the city money. Then that money, because of a former CAO, it was stated on record that, oh, we have other priorities. So I guess the priorities for North Memphis were put to the back burner, which is a shame. I have the documents right here. And then lastly, to go back to Mr. Dotson's point, if we're really going to do this, everybody needs to win involved. So nothing's going to get solved today, but I will wait until we get to the other item if we entertain that to talk about the fiscal note more. But if we're going to do this, which is needed so that the sheriff's office won't be coerced to do it, whoever the sheriff is, we need to go ahead and do it. We've tried. I've seen you in Nashville. But I do not want to discount what the North Memphis community has asked for, because it's not easy when you lose a grocery store and a medical facility. I know that because if you go on 3rd and Bells a few years ago, Kroger left as well as the medical facility. Now, by the grace of God, it took 5 months to get a new grocery store and a pharmacy and a clinic over there. But there are communities that are not as lucky as the ones who have a commissioner like me in order to fight hard for those things. But my last point is, if we're going to do this, I sincerely hope that we do exactly what you said, Mr. Dotson. If we're going to do it, we can do whatever we want to do. And I'll say this, we just passed an $11 million fiscal note for something coming out of the rainy day fund for youth justice when our finance couldn't even tell us what was in our rainy day fund. So we can fly blind and put $11 million to the side for something. And I'll say this, no. I'm going to wait and do a point of personal privilege when we finish up, because I don't want you to leave, Sheriff, and I don't want Ms. Lindsay to leave, but it needs to be said because there are some other things that have not been said, and if anybody else wants to stay for that point of personal privilege, I think it needs to be said. So thank you for allowing me that latitude. I'm not going to get back in. I'll wait until we get to the other item.
One quick thing, Chairman. Kemp Conrad, thank you, Commissioner Ford, for those comments. It's in your packet. We didn't really get to it today, but there's a detailed land map. What we're talking about for the core 201 asset on the 75 acres, there's probably another 7,500 acres around it. You mentioned, Bells Avenue. We've been in discussions with the Bells family. They are very supportive of this. The city owns some property edge. There is a lot of additional property surrounding this core 75 acres, some of it that, our vision for some of these other assets, but there's also a lot of property, especially on Thomas, where a lot of this private development can and should occur once you have a $1 billion plus project and thousands of people coming to work there every day. So we think the best way to activate a grocery store and all these other things is to, create this economic development and all the jobs that come with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Before I get to Commissioner Mills, let me go to Commissioner Caswell. This will be your first time. Also, I have two more comment cards, so we'll get to those after the commissioners. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being here. Brother Kemp, I was listening to, and I've been knowing Mr. Conrad, my former city councilman, for some years, and I did have conversation with this, and I want to say that, and even in the conversation with Mr. Conrad about this, as I talked about the youth in the school, this is something I've been doing with several of our schools, talking about pathway to public safety with the kids, and I thought that, no doubt, I'd rather for these kids to look at that as somewhere they can work and grow if it's going to be in their community than where they go for crimes that may have been committed in their community. I just want to put that first on record to say, and just to say that even as I thought about our conversation and think about where we are today and listening to, as I was coming in, Ms. Atwater speaking about not being heard in this matter at this time, and I know her leadership in that community, I truly want to make sure Ms. Atwater is heard at the table because of the long work she's been doing in that community. I would not overstep Ms. Atwater, Dr. Atwater, in her work in that community by saying I would support something going into New Chicago when they are. But as I also had the opportunity to talk with and speak with Bishop Porter and know that his long work in that community as well, and growing up in that community, I support the vision too that he sees for that community. So I hope that some coming together would be made, first of all, to say on that, as well as my Commissioner Henry Brooks, who oversee that community. To that point, I just feel like I wanted to support the fact of putting the study to test. As the Public Safety Ad Hoc Chair, it was voted on by all of us in a unified way that we need a new jail. And we sent that up to the state with the work that Commissioner Mills and Commissioner Ford was advocating for that penny to be added. We supported that in that resolution. I'm not saying that jail need to be in New Chicago and Fraser, Raleigh at this time. I'm just saying we need to start the process towards where we go to get that done. And if today vote is to say I vote for a plan to be done, I'm not saying land and I'm seeing this add-on, it may not came yet, about it being in New Chicago. That may be a hesitant for me until I know that this is just to get the plans on. And I go back thinking about even the ideal around the hip-hop museum, not knowing where it was going to be, but what money was put for a study to be done to know what it looks like in our community. So I just want to put that there on record, and so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Back to Commissioner Mills.
Did you want to go to the cards first?
No, we'll keep rolling with the commissioners.
Okay, all right, thank you. My question, you did say that the master plan could be fit on all locations. Did I hear you say that correctly?
I believe that there are a lot of, and this is where I think it's great, you've got, folks like Commissioner Bradford who are in this, in this industry to kind of help inform on this. But there are several aspects of, Conrad, sorry, of the plan that should be agnostic, but based on the site. Like, you've got to do your facility programming, your adjacencies. How big do you want things to be? What do you want it to look like? Site planning, cost estimation. So there are aspects of it that should be able to be transferable between any site.
Okay. My concern, I hope you have 8 votes, Commissioner Wright, because the mayor has spoken openly about not supporting a new jail, that it's not a priority. It's a number 1 priority for me, for Shelby County. But so that's going to be a hurdle. But the jail, it's 24/7, 365, hard wear and tear, no holidays or evenings off. And so I think it's aged a lot quicker than some of these others have, maybe. But my next question, this body, not me, voted to build a mental health facility with ARPA funds over where the corrections facility is. Does that need to come to a halt? What are we doing? This is why I did not support the mental health facility. I support a mental health facility, but not before the jail, for this very reason. So if it is at Firestone or it is downtown or wherever, then it's not all together the way this is proposed, that everything might be in phases. So, Sheriff, I go to you on that, because in the end, you did support the mental health facility being built.
Yes, Commissioner. Excuse me. Floyd Bonner, Shelby County Sheriff. Yes, I was in support of the mental health facility. This body voted to move forward with that project. Obviously, we were not at the stage that we are now. We're talking with this group. And let me say this, not only have I talked to Mr. Conrad's group, I've talked with another group. So the sheriff has just been talking to people and just seeing who could do this project, who would be willing to do this project, and how this project would be funded. We've tried different things in Nashville, which hadn't worked, and I've talked to several of you about this. One of the things that I have told, and I want Commissioner Brooks to know this, is that one of the things that I have done, the two groups that I have talked with, I have told them that they've got to go to the community and talk to the community, no matter where this building is built. Community engagement is going to be a very important part in this, community buy-in for everyone to understand. So I don't want anyone to think that the sheriff or Mr. Conrad's group is not aware of this, because we have talked about this. But if we move forward, I don't know which location now that we're talking about. If we move forward, will we use the mental health facility? I'm sure we will. It might be a little logistics problem depending on where the new jail is built, but the facility could probably, should be able to be utilized.
Okay, I know my time is out, but this is why when we make decisions, we need to look 30, 40, 50 years out instead of we need this, let's do this here right away. And absolutely the community, we need to make them aware, get them on board, have their input. So I'm 100% behind that as well. And I don't know if we need to hire a lobbyist specific for that sales tax increase in Nashville this time, but we've got to make it happen just to have a referendum to give the people the option to fund this, a 1 cent limited time. It doesn't continue sales tax increase or an over 70-cent property tax increase, which I think we can all agree that's not the best option. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Back to Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just let me say this. I agree that we need a new jail, period. I do not agree that we need to locate it in New Chicago for a whole host of reasons. Number one, the community has not been contacted. I mean, who made the decision? I'm really concerned about this process. And we're all the way down the road here talking about giving $350,000 for a master plan to put the jail in New Chicago. When I've heard my colleague here saying he doesn't agree with that. He hadn't had any conversations about that. So we definitely need to back up, slow this down, and let questions get answered so that we can understand what we're doing here. We have other sites that the county owns. We need to look at other county sites. If there is resistance to putting it in New Chicago, and I heard every word Dr. Atwater said, I am in total agreement. Total agreement. I read your little documents, and one of the things that caught my eye was the Firestone plant, and whether or not, your documents didn't say, there's been an environmental study to determine the possible environmental compacts, not compacts, but contaminants and all of that on the community, and new inhabitants, what have you, all of that. So do we have that information? That needs to be done. The environmental issues are critical. So, and then I looked at the benefits to current residents of New Chicago during construction phase 1, sales tax revenue to fund the community. So my question is, what legislation exists that directs sales tax revenue to New Chicago? tell me so that I can get that legislation and start building.
Thank you. Kemp Conrad, then I'll answer that. Great comments and questions, and like to bring up Bishop Porter on the neighborhood concern that was raised. But I think what we're trying to say is when you have thousands of people now working there, there's going to be a lot more money spent in that community and sales tax revenue generated, in addition to increased property taxes. Bishop Porter?
But let me say this while he's coming up.
Yes, ma'am.
As we all know, those are high turnover jobs that you're talking about. In 750 billable jobs, $42,000 on average each. Maybe a year, maybe they work there a year, but these are very, very high turnover jobs. And what studies have been conducted to give us these numbers? And then the jobs that you're talking about, where will the people be recruited from? Are they local? Are they being brought in? Those are some questions we need to know. So we need to get a little deeper into this because there's a lot that we could talk about when you talk about these jail jobs, right, Sheriff Bonner? We know about how stressful it is and how the turnover rate is. And then it's just so much to consider. We're just going too fast. We need to slow down. How you doing, Bishop Porter?
How are you? Mic is on. Bishop Brandon Porter, Greater Community Church of God in Christ. And thank you. I didn't know I would have opportunity to share with you. I did send a letter of support. I hope each of you received that. I did get opportunity to speak with the development group. And New Chicago is integral to me and our ministry. Of course, we have multiple locations. We're in East Memphis, but we're also our founding and fundamental place is North Memphis, where we began. But I was raised in New Chicago. My grandparents lived there. My mother worked in a factory there called Rollin Wilson Toy Factory. We got the same toys every year for Christmas, right? But the cookie company there. And then many of my relatives worked at the Firestone plant. So I saw, after the vacating of these entities, the debacle of that community. My father and I invested in the new Chicago Elementary School building, and we turned it into 39 apartments. We had a police precinct there for 10 years, right there on Breedlove in New Chicago, the heart of it, right next to the park, the New Chicago Park. And now we've most recently put a community center there with new showers so that in the event that there's an emergency situation in the city that they could use that facility for a shelter of sort. But just something for that community. And we give away a lot of things, but there's so many of our youth and others that are avoided or abandoned. And I certainly concur with what I've heard about with Dr. Atwater and the suggestions and the ask all down through the years. We've all heard about them, and nothing seems to have mustered. But I was in support of this because this property has been vacant and dormant for 40-plus years. Nothing's going on over there in that sense to bring life, vitality, reinvestment, interest in that community. It is constantly and often being submerged because of the lack of use in that area that could be. I mean, I drive by it every day with our involvement with the community there right now. And so I'm in support of whatever's going to bring some hope and some expectation to the youth that are growing up there and to the existing neighbors and so on. And so I'm willing also to host a community town hall meeting if necessary that could give some understanding and awakening to what's being proposed. Because so many people, I've called pastors in the area, they didn't know either, what was going on. So someone talked about the soul train moving. So it is a train moving. Was it a soul train? What kind of train was it? It's a train moving for sure. It's not so, it's moving fast for sure. But there's been such a lack of use of time heretofore. So something probably needs to move quickly in order to get something done. But I know not without understanding of what we're doing, whether it's finding more properties. Everybody had great comments, and I've enjoyed what I've heard, and it's expanded my thoughts about it as well. But I want it to be publicly known that I'm in support of anything that's going to bring hope, life, and expectation to the new Chicago community, which is in dire need of involvement from our city and county. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Bishop Porter. Could I ask it now?
Sure.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Bishop Porter, real
Yes.
quick. Thank you for being here. Would you be in support of another public-private commercial investment in New Chicago?
Sure, sure. I mean,
That's it.
yes, I think there, Commissioner Ford mentioned some other things that Dr. Atwater and other interests have tried to offer there, along with ourselves as well. So whatever we can do to amalgamate our interests and bring some hope to that community. And I think we all agree that New Chicago has been depressed in a sense,
Right.
because
This-
of our lack of in business. And so with all these entities, I mean, it was, my parents grew up there. My mother and father's first home when they married was in New Chicago. And I got free lunches in the park, that jungle juice and them bologna sandwiches every summer, you know. So we reinvested in that, I think it was elementary school, and $3 million investment into that place to build facility for housing. And we're still putting, even now, renovations now, tens of thousands of dollars in there to keep it where it needs to be and to lift that community. So I'm in for whatever is going to bring help and wholeness to that community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Say it again, sorry? Yes, I did mention the community meeting. Whenever that is, you guys can tell me the schedule of when you like. And we'd host it in our, though I have a church in North Memphis as well on Chelsea and Dunlap, where you preached at before. And but I'd like to hold the meeting at the New Chicago Park Place, which is the community center that we have that has a stage and all there, and where the police precinct used to be. And we can host it there, and I'll take the expense and put, PA system and chairs and stuff in there for you. Maybe even buy some donuts. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Al Dotson again. I just wanted to continue that part of the conversation. First of all, there are going to be community meetings, plural. There's going to be a lot of community meetings. In fact, we've already launched a website so that people who aren't here today and may not have the information available to them, we're putting things out there so people can go get it, and that we can also come to the community through the community outreach meetings. Second, what I've seen in other communities, going to your jobs question, is that the policymakers will say, in connection with your master plan, I want to know what your outreach is going to be. You've talked about local businesses participating. Share that plan with us. Second, I've also seen that policymakers have suggested to those who want to come forward with this plan to talk about the economic impact, not just that the project will bring in additional sales tax or real estate tax dollars, but how will it impact the surrounding community? Dr. Ford, Commissioner Ford mentioned 4 elements that he thought were important for a community, and we've seen that actually happen when you have this type of economic focus on a community that doesn't have it today. So this can be done, it has been done, and if you're saying that that's part of what you want, I can tell you this group is already planning to do that. But you are right, there are some jobs that are going to be associated with construction, and there are some jobs that are going to be associated with permanent opportunities for the various jobs that will be created there. And that should be part of what you ask of this group and any group to come forward with when they're coming forward with a master plan.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Back to Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I just want to say that I do support the enterprise funding. I recall General Sessions had a bill, which was proposed, and it included 1 cent sales tax for the building of a jail, and then 1 cent would be for 8 years, which is regressive taxation, meaning that those who are disadvantaged and marginalized would be put at a hardship. And so having said that, I do support enterprise funding. And I just, would like to say, I would like for you all to, if you have like the dates already available for the outreach, to let the commissioners know so we can also participate. And then what was that website? You mentioned you have a website up and going? what is the name of the website?
I have no idea, sitting right here right now, but by the time I get
Okay.
in my car, I will make sure you and all the other commissioners and the community members have it.
Thank you so much. And then also, I'm thinking about, because as chair of the workforce, as well as former chair of the law enforcement, there is a need, for example, for more tradesmen. I understand for any development, there are over 50 trades that are utilized. And so I'm hoping that in the process of development, that you also consider some type of apprenticeship program for people who are at risk, second offenders, veterans, et cetera, so they can participate. And then the other thing I just want to know, as far as local participation, that is so important, keeping it local. And so to Commissioner Brooks' point, so many times we have people come outside of the state who come in and do the work, and this is an opportunity to give skill sets to people who are local. So I would love that be also a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Back to Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I appreciate my colleagues' points on that. I just want to say on record that, as I stated, I'm supportive of a plan being put together. I want the people in New Chicago, and Commissioner, you and others, to hear and hear from the people about this, because what I heard from my constituents in the Raleigh community after the hospitality hub project didn't get done, they said, we wish we would have listened, because they came in automatic with a closed mind. And then when they seen the project go up, down, getting ready to happen in North Memphis, they said, we wish we would have known that it was for families who was living in our community, that instead of them being put out of this community, had a place to go. And so I just want to be able to have the community to listen, to open to all, because what Bishop just said, for me as a child growing up in North Memphis, that's all I seen was for 40 years, an empty field, other than when I played with the T program, golf program some years ago as a child. So I say to that, and again, as we talk about community leaders, Ms. Atwater got an awesome facility there to host meetings as well, that hopefully in that space, we give the community that opportunity to share and hear, because what she proposed, and before I don't know about it, again, I wasn't on this body or the city council, but I would like to see how can this vision work together in some capacity, because it's a big vision, big opportunity, I believe, for those children and families. And again, speaking to that young man that I was working with in Fraser, a few of them, there's now police officers, there's firefighters who was told they'll never be to have those opportunities coming out of Fraser. They'll be in those positions. I just feel that we need to be thinking about pathway forward for our kids and not ending them up in that system. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. I do have the website, scjusticecenter.com is the website, Commissioner Sugarman. scjusticecenter.com is the URL.
All right.
And we agree wholeheartedly with everything you said, Commissioner, about reentry and redemption. And again, we think in a facility like this, we have a unique opportunity to create something where that is possible.
And sure, I know I just have 3 minutes left. And to that point, we got on this body 2.5 years ago. Opera money was $180 million before we got on this body. I hate that it was, Sheriff, at the last minute conversations about mental health. I believe a lot more beds would be empty because mental health consumers would be in a facility getting the help that they need and not locked up in your jail right now. And so, again, this is something that the mental health jail should have been done. It should have been a priority before the last dollars was there to be spent. I just want to say that on record. And just that, I hopefully, and it's something that I'm working with a bunch of pastors, bishops, I'm going to talk to you after this, that they're saying, how do we get these individuals with misdemeanors? We've been talking with the DA about it, with supervised provision, with churches and faith leaders back. So hopefully we're working with that model, and I share some with you, Sheriff, that we can empty some of these beds and get them back in community, back to being productive citizens with the support of a community. So thank you all for this presentation. Hopefully change will come from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Back to Commissioner Brooks, and after you, Commissioner, we'll go to our comment cards.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, as I said, I'm concerned about the fast-moving pace of this whole master plan. And what I would like to see, I would like to see this master plan resolution reworked to include additional sites. I'm not saying I support it, but I'm saying if it's going to be on the table, then $350,000 investment should include additional site locations for this facility. Bishop Porter, that disinvestment you talked about, we know it. I mean, there have been advocates all along, but our voices have not been heard. And Dr. Atwater has the loudest voice. Her voice hasn't been heard. And so when people are intentionally ignored, what you see in the New Chicago is what you get when you ignore the community's voices. So what I'm trying to do right now is ask that we slow this down a bit, broaden the scope, if you will, in terms of site locations, all the while compiling the information and answering some questions so that we'll know, we'll hear from all the stakeholders, not just the ones who from Brentwood and Florida and all those places, but the ones that will be directly impacted over here in North Memphis. And let's get all of the information and bring it so that we can answer the questions. I'm going to yield because I see Clerk Sawyer here. So I know she has some comments. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Go to our comment cards. If you gentlemen would take a seat again. Let me first bring up Mr. Clerk. Josh Bickler, I had you first. Again, if you would give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Supposed to let ladies go first, but I'm Josh Spickler. I'm the executive director of Just City. My business address is 240 Madison Avenue. I've reviewed this proposal pretty thoroughly, and it's appalling in the way it romanticizes this 71-acre penal compound that, if the proponents have its way, will be home to 7,400 men, women, and yes, Commissioner Brooks, children, 51 courtrooms, some of which will be used to put them there, and other courtrooms there will be used to continue to evict people and extract wealth from our communities. It's fantastical in some of its assumptions and promises. A new jail like this would not have saved Raquez McDaniel, who died in the Shelby County Jail last Monday night because no one took him to a courtroom for more than a week. You'll note that at 201 Poplar, the courtrooms are also connected to the jail, just like the proposal here. This jail plan would not have helped the 60 other people who have died in that jail over the last 6 years. Unless we make sweeping changes to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office and other agencies responsible for pretrial detention right now, creating a gleaming new, let's call it a cage city, in one of Memphis' most historic neighborhoods won't prevent the next 60 deaths either. In fact, even if this facility is built in 36 months' time, 36 more people will die while it's being built if we stay on today's pace. Buildings are not killing our sons and brothers and fathers and uncles. Negligence, incompetence, and apathy are. I wish we could see the enthusiasm to solve that problem that we see here about economic development. I didn't see a single thing in this plan about how we're going to address these jail deaths. So I urge you to be very deliberate in planning for the future of pretrial detention in this community. We need to think long and hard about how we decide who goes to jail and how we treat them, instead of falling for false promises and shiny objects. Because, Commissioner Caswell, if you build it, they will fill it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spickler. Next up, we have our General Sessions Court Clerk, Tammy Sawyer. If you give us your name and title, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk, 140 Adams. So thank you very much. Appreciate you giving me an opportunity to address this. First, I'm going to speak as clerk. I would like to say that, like several others, I only received this plan yesterday, and it was from a community member. The courts have not been engaged on this matter, and this is considering relocating our operations. As you all know, General Sessions is the largest court system in Tennessee, and yes, we have our problems, but not being included in a relocation plan is going to further exacerbate those problems. I will say that every person who enters the justice system, whether they end up in in the federal level of the courts under Clerk Kuhn, they still enter into the justice system through General Sessions Court. We handle the bail, we handle the bond, we are the 24-hour office, just like Sheriff Bonner's employees. My employees have to work 24/7, 365. I had the opportunity yesterday, and I'd like to thank Sheriff Bonner and Chief Deputy Buckner and Chief Fields for taking me through the intake portion of the jails. And it was a very sad and distressing situation. As we have heard in reports, there are more people coming into the jail than we can handle, more than our court system can handle, and more than the sheriff's capable staff can handle. But let me tell you what'll be a bigger problem. If over 3 years, we start to separate the criminal justice system. Whether it is New Chicago or whether it is Shelby Farms, if our courts are downtown and the jail is out east or somewhere else, we are going to experience even more delays. So it is going to be very important that Mr. Conrad and Mr. Dotson and whomever else is building this plan, before it even came to the commission, my office and the judges, the criminal judges, should have been engaged. I hope that we can remedy that, because right now we are looking at time to court being extremely long. We don't have the technology nor the budget for technology to improve. We are currently sending affidavits from judicial commissioners to the General Sessions Court clerk's office by a bank tube. That's how antiquated our technology is. So if our technology is that antiquated, and I'm going to ask a point of personal privilege, can I get another 2 minutes as a former commissioner? Thank you. Because this will be my only comment, I won't keep coming back. I just would like us to be, thank you, I love y'all. But I would just like to say that I'm sharing about the bank tube, and when the tube is broken, our process is even more broken. MPD brings the paperwork over to the judicial commissioners. The judicial commissioners sign the affidavits, process those, and then they send their paperwork up to the General Sessions 24/7 office through a bank tube. And it's as ridiculous as it sounds. I have had really good conversations with the sheriff's office over the past week about ways that we can come together to improve some of those processes so that we can use shared technology, but that's also going to take time to implement. And I want you guys to imagine that for every person who enters into 201 Poplar, their paperwork is being processed by hand, is being touched by 5 to 10 people before they even see a judge. And so if we separate these systems from each other, we are going to have a huge problem on our hands. So I would really implore that in addition to the community, that the clerk's office is engaged. I would also say that we are talking about a historic building. Both 201 Poplar is named for Walter Bailey, and my other question that I would propose is separating the criminal courts from the civil courts, both of which are under General Sessions. And a lot of people come down and do a 1-2 punch. They might have an order of protection in 201, and then they've got family court in 140 Adams. And so we have to consider the entire justice process, and it has to be considered in advance. I was in the jail yesterday. It's untenable. It's unsafe. It's inhumane. And it's also not just inhumane for the inmates. Sheriff Bonner's employees are also at risk, so I agree with a new jail, but I don't agree with a process that doesn't include all stakeholders. Thank you for the additional time.
Thank you so much, Clerk Sawyer. Please come on up, Mr. Conrad. Your comments are well taken, Mr.
Yeah, I agree. Again, Conrad, and we have fallen short on our communication. We have done our best We kind of ran out of runway. We met with the mayor this week. I just got a text from my friend D.A. Mulroy, so I'm sorry. That part of the master planning process will incorporate this as well, but that's no excuse, and we should have done that. So, and we will love to start having that dialogue as soon as possible after today. So I'm sincerely apologize for that. I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carr. Back to Commissioner Avant.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate, it's always good when people can take accountability and find a path forward. I would, as this is something that is in the best interest of all, I would ask, similar to my colleague Commissioner Brooks, that you all consider that this study would also consider all aspects of the land and holdings of Shelby County. So to me, in order for you all to be a good partner in this, what could be a possible public-private partnership, in the interest of Shelby County, although it says it's agnostic to any location, it seems more tailored to the Greenfield, but I think if we were able to expand that so that we are looking at downtown and we are looking at Shelby Farms, I would be in more support for us to have a more comprehensive study of all of the possibilities for us having a new jail. That's the only way that I could support it.
All right, thank you.
And
Go
to
ahead.
Clerk Sawyer, thank you for that, bringing those things to light. I think it is very important that we include all stakeholders, and the courts and the clerks would be really an intricate part of that, and so I'm glad to hear that that dialogue will be going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Avant. So I have no other commissioners in the queue and no other comment cards. I did want to just say, for my own part, I'll put myself in the queue. This is an issue that I'm glad that we're prioritizing. I know certain commissioners have been traveling to Nashville and have been looking at this along with our sheriff's office for some time. I know previous commissions have wanted to move things down the track. It's probably been a year ago now that a former commissioner reached out to me who had held one of these seats 2 decades ago, saying that even at that time that they wished that they had gotten some more progress. And so that's why I'm pleased to have this conversation today. I'm glad to hear about this potential option for us to consider. I do have an add-on for us to consider today, and that's exactly why is we do need to continue to take those steps so that we have some kind of a resolution at the end of the day. So with that being said, I would go ahead and move for this, for us to read in this add-on item. Do I need a second first, or? Oh, I'm sorry. So I've moved that as seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? There's been an objection by Commissioner Brooks. What do we do next? Do we take this to a vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if we could.
Commissioner
Can I
Brooks?
expand on my objection? Oh, okay, thank you. If you would entertain a friendly amendment, and I would like to amend this to say that whereas the cost for conducting a thorough master plan will include professional services, as well as add in additional locations within Shelby County.
I think if we have this on the floor, I'm certainly happy to entertain that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that being said, would you?
I'll withdraw my
Okay.
objection.
Okay. So can we now do this without objection to consider this add-on item? Hearing none, so moved, and could we read this item, please?
Item 3 is an add-on item. Item 3 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 capital improvement project CIP plan budget and authorizing the expenditure of $350,000 for a master plan to develop and relocate the Walter L. Bailey Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue to the new Chicago area in Memphis, Tennessee. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright, this item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules for the purposes of having this item in front of us so that we can deliberate. The one regarding, I'm assuming it's the finance, because you know how they do. So I'm going to assume through experience that it's finance not doing what they need to do. So I'd like to move to suspend that rule for the purposes of getting this on the agenda.
All right, my mic is, oh, yeah. Commissioner Bradford, if you wouldn't mind with the assist, thank you so much. There's been a motion to suspend the rules by Commissioner Ford. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Mills. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved, so this item can now be considered.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I know the queue's changed. So this item is properly before us, Madam Parliamentarian? Yes, sir. Let me go to, and I know Commissioner Brooks wants to be recognized, but I did see you, Commissioner Avant, before.
Yes, and so Commissioner Brooks, that was why I was in the queue, because I would like to make an amendment to the resolution to include the additional sites, so that we were, so here, under the whereas clause where it says a comprehensive plan necessary to evaluate the vitality of developing and relocating a justice center to New Chicago, and I'd like to include the Shelby Farms area and downtown.
Just alternate
Mhm, as alternate areas. Alternative area assessment. Yeah, after that whereas clause.
I hear a motion from,
And the corresponding for the resolve clause. Were there any other areas?
Point of
Commissioner
order.
Brooks?
yes, Commissioner Brooks.
Now, thank you. I can agree with those sites, but I don't want to be limited. I think if we could say additional sites,
Okay.
that would include wherever, out east, Collierville, Germantown, wherever. So I don't want us to limit ourselves, because we may have some availability, and if we have certain names in this resolution, we'll be stuck with those. So if we could just say
Yes,
additional.
I'm fine with it
Okay.
saying alternate sites.
Okay, I hear a motion, a revised motion from Commissioner Avant to include alternate sites. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Brooks. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. And then we'll go back to Commissioner Ford. And before you speak, Commissioner, is Sheriff Bonner still here? There you are. Could you come back up? Because I think it'll be important for you to be on hand, because I think this resolution speaks to your office being the agent in this effort. So, Commissioner Ford?
That might have answered my question. So for the purposes of making sure that, thank you, Chair, to make sure that we have a place where this CIP expenditure is going to come out, do we know what project is going to be lowered for the purposes of making sure that, basically I'm asking you, can you do finance's job? Do we know what we are lowering in order to make this work? So to the chair, through the chair, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, Commissioner, I have a partial answer. If you would take a look at page 2, the now therefore clause, it speaks to the CIP contingency fund. So the CIP budget for this year has a $1 million contingency. I would speak to the finances defense in saying that I've been ill, and so I'm very late in getting this out. I'm the reason why finance has not been able to approve this.
Well, for the purposes, and I appreciate that, because of what you just articulated on record, I would say that I would move. Do you have contingency in here specifically? Where is it at? Is it in the first, therefore be it resolved?
That line.
Okay, yeah.
That line has
I
a
got you,
million.
I got
Yep.
you. So I have a parliamentary inquiry, so through the chair to the parliamentarian. What else is needed in order to make sure that this, because it is stated that we have $1 million in the CIP contingency. That is correct. That is what this body voted on. And 350 is in the now, therefore be it resolved, coming out of the contingency. Is it required that we have account numbers and all of that, or is this enough for the purposes of making sure that we are meeting the requirements? Because we did pass $1 million contingency, and this would just take 350 out of it. Is there anything else that would need to be done besides waiting on finance to do their do their job, basically?
Let me check to see if there's a particular exhibit that's required. I know that finance is present somewhere, so they can answer more quickly,
Okay.
but I can look at
And
the
they can say
permanent
whatever they
rules.
want. I'm not
for the
asking a
exhibit.
question to them, so if they want to speak, it's not because I asked them a question. But what I am saying is, I'll say this to the chair. So if we have to modify accordingly, including the amendments that were already brought, can we make sure that that's in place for the purposes for Monday? I won't entertain all of that in this session, but I know you'll do your due diligence, and I'm glad you're feeling well now. So we'll just go from there, and I don't have to ask the sheriff any more questions because you just answered them. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Bradford?
Thank you, Commissioners Brooks and Avant stole a little bit of my thunder here because I did want to make sure this includes other sites. So I appreciate that we got that amendment worked out. I also wanted to make sure that we have some local involvement in all of this, probably more specifically on the design and construction side. I do know there is a local expert whose offices is honestly less than a mile from our front door that has done work at 201 Poplar and other areas and has significant correctional experience. So again, back to what Commissioner Sugarman said earlier, there are locals that could be involved in this. So we need to make sure they have an opportunity. I think that's all I had at this time. I was considering sending this down without recommendation because it does look like we still have a lot of discussion on this, but I will hold that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move to be added as a sponsor.
Motion to be added as a sponsor by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Was that all, Commissioner Sugarman? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Avant?
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification. I know that CTAS did this study for the sheriff, and we had allocated funds for that. Could we not utilize those funds as part of this rather than from the contingency, the CIP contingency fund?
Commissioner Sheriff Bonner, Commissioner Avant, if I remember correctly, I think CAO Collins said that $250,000 was allocated to another, after we found that we could do it with
For free.
CTAS
Okay.
for nothing, but I think they moved that money elsewhere.
Okay. Can we check on that just to be sure, so that we, if possible, if it has not been moved, then I would make an amendment for part of that to be paid out of that 250 and then the rest from the contingency, so.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I will answer your question, Commissioner Avant. I would like to address the body first to ensure that everyone understands the process that resolution should go through. Thank you, Commissioner Wright, for informing Commissioner Ford that it was actually a resolution that did not go through the process. When a resolution goes through the process, it will ensure that all necessary funding sources, exhibits, attachments, resolution language, and conversations have been had to ensure that you all can adequately do your jobs. It makes it very difficult for finance to be effective in our role. It makes it even more difficult for you all to be effective in your role when things do not go through the process. So thank you, Commissioner Wright. We're happy to have this resolution go through the process to ensure that your question, Commissioner Avant, can be considered appropriately so that we can identify the necessary funding sources and include all the necessary attachments and exhibits to make this a workable resolution for the body to either approve or deny. We're happy to do that. Thank you.
So I guess a parliamentary inquiry, if it goes down as is, could we just make that as an amendment on Monday if by that time we find out the answer to the question around whether or not that 250 that was allocated to the sheriff's office is still there, and if not, yes.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. There is a process, a pre-on-base process. I would recommend that this resolution goes back through the entire process, meaning not for Monday.
So from a parliamentary perspective, your rules do contemplate a process. And oftentimes, when you all have these rush, it creates conflict. So, yes, you can do what you want to do to make it effective. However, we would certainly need input from the finance department. And so if that could be accomplished, if they're amenable to accomplishing that by Monday, that's between you all.
I'll leave that to the sponsor, just your decision.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Avant. And again, my apologies to you all and to you commissioners. Again, I've been ill and not able to move this forward through the regular process, but we did want to have it here for you to consider at the same time that we heard this presentation. So that was the reason for the rush. Those two things, my frailty as a human being and wanting to marry those up. Can I do two things, commissioners? I wanted to, first of all, can I make, I'd like to make a motion to amend the caption to match the amendment that you made earlier. If we could just strike the words after 201 Poplar Avenue, and that would make it more general. So I'll make that motion if I could get a second. I heard Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. And then I think, Madam Parliamentarian, I believe you suggested that we make a motion to add an exhibit. Do I have that right? That shows where the funding is coming from? And that exhibit is pending, but...
Yes, your rules do require the appropriate exhibit. Yes, and your rules, do allow you to suspend any portion of those rules as permitted by the law. And so you do have the right to do that as well, but...
Okay. Well, I don't fully understand that, but I would make a motion to add the exhibit, if I could get a second on that. Second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, I do see Commissioner Brooks, but I would say I would move to send this to the next committee just so we make sure we get through the full process. Second. But I don't want to...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question for clarity. In the caption, let's see, after Walter Bailey Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue to the new Chicago area. Did you strike that? Okay, good. Just want to clarify. Thank you so much.
Can we do what without objection?
Accept the amendment without objection for the record.
Okay. There was an amendment? Oh, my motion? Okay. Can we do that without objection? I think that was oh, okay. I thought we did that. I'm sorry. So the motion to amend the caption, can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. I thought we did. I'm sorry. All right. Commissioner Brooks, anything else?
Oh, I misunderstood. Thank you. You did do that.
Okay.
I misunderstood. She said you didn't defer it.
No, we haven't finished deferring it yet. Okay. Commissioner Brooks, are you okay? Okay. Commissioner Ford.
I just wanted to make sure the chair didn't forget my point of personal privilege after this item has been exhausted. I don't have anything else to say on this item. Look, the more somebody explains their incompetence, the more they're losing the battle. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Since I did call you up, Sheriff Bonner, would you mind just sharing a word? I know we'll hear this again, but I believe you're supportive of this effort as it stands. Can you speak to that?
Yes, Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity. Sheriff Floyd Bonner, Shelby County Sheriff's. As you all know, I've been speaking about the need for to build a new jail for years now, and excited to hear this body and many of the commissioners say that they do recognize it and would like to move forward. We have tried to do things in Nashville that we thought would be easier on this body or this community to pay for a new jail. However, as I told Mr. Conrad when I spoke with his group, I had spoken with another group about public-private partnerships, and all of these things are great, but it's not up to me as a sheriff to decide what this body will do. This body makes those financial decisions, very tough financial decisions, and I understand that. We, the sheriff's office, has just been a conduit, if you will, just to hopefully spark these conversations. And as we move forward, I will be available for more robust conversation. Any community meeting I will attend, as long as you don't get in the way of my grandchildren. But other than that, I will be there to answer any questions that the community has. I think we all agree that the jail is well overdue for a new facility. Right now, our population has gone down just a little bit. We're at 2,800, still almost at 2,900 at 201. And as Clerk Sawyer said, it's just absolutely more people are coming in than going out. And to build a new jail, I think for all of our criminal justice partners would be a huge asset. I mean, we need to modernize our jail and our clerk's offices, and the way that we do business at 201 is really, really bogging the system down. So I'm just excited to be here and happy to hear some of the comments that we said, that we heard. But again, I will make myself available for any public meetings.
Thank you, Sheriff Bonner. I know Chief Tipton, you were seeking to be recognized.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. And it's nice to see you here, too, Commissioner. I wanted to address Commissioner Avant's question about the $250,000. That was actually ARPA dollars, and that has already been utilized, so that's not available for this project.
Thank you, Chief Tipton. And also, I have another comment card if Clerk Sawyer, if you'd come back up on this item.
Thank you. Really quickly, Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. The amendments that were made, I used to hate when other electeds would come try to tell me as a commissioner what we need to do, so I'm not doing that, I promise. I would, Commissioner Lowry, hello, good morning, sir. I would like to request that when you all revisit this in committee, that you consider an amendment to require community engagement and to require meetings with other elected officials. I would additionally like to request that MATA is involved in this conversation, because if we are moving the Justice Center away from downtown, where most of our routes are centralized, you have to think about the people who are engaged in the justice system the most, people who might not have access to transportation, people who are likely impoverished, and Shelby Farms is not accessible for most people from North and South Memphis, and so I think that there should be a transportation study included in this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Commissioner, are you in the queue again? No? Not for this. Okay. I think that's exhausted our queue and my comment cards, so I'll make the motion to send this back to committee. This would be August 20th. Second. I heard Commissioner Avant. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, this moves to August 20. And let me recognize Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you. I was going to actually bring this up on Monday, but I thought that we might have some information. Sheriff might need to cover his ears, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's been brought to my attention that there's a lawsuit regarding salary restrictions, et cetera, and it happened right after we passed the budget. Remember, I stated on record if there's anything that needs to be done to get those electeds what they believe that they need to get, to go ahead and do so accordingly. It's been brought to my attention that there have been 2 electeds that have entertained that process, and I'm just wondering, and I'm bringing this up in law enforcement because one of them deals with law enforcement, so it's interesting how we haven't gotten anything from the attorney. I don't want them speaking now. They might run out after what I got to say. But if we're being sued, we should know about it and what it entails and everything else. And I'm going to say this last part has also been brought to my attention that the administration is trying to blame this body for the things that they have done. So let's get all the information. It'd be nice if we had an executive session, but we know with executive sessions, our county attorney basically works for one individual, even though the charter states that she's supposed to be working for everybody. I'm going to leave it right there, but if anybody is interested in why we're being sued and for what, it would be great for us to know in the process. But if you don't want to know because you've been told not to ask, then so be it. I'm going to leave that right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioners, thank you for that long 10 minutes. Appreciate it. That concludes committee number 4.
Thank you. I will call to order Committee Number 2, Public Works. Before we read the item, Mr. Julian Bolton passed away on Monday night. He spent 24 years on this body and was very involved, obviously, in Memphis and Shelby County. And so as soon as we clear the room, I would like to have just a brief moment of silence for Mr. Bolton. So I apologize for those that have been waiting for a long time, but I think we do need to do this. All right, a brief moment of silence for Mr. Bolton, please. All right, thank you all for letting me do that.
Let's personal privilege real quick.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Ford, go ahead.
Somebody from the family did ask for a resolution to be made, and Sedge has already created that, so we're asking for signatures.
I appreciate that. I believe I've already signed that document as well this morning, so thank you all for putting that together. All right, let's read number 1 in Public Works.
Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 operating budget and approving a contract with Inliner Solutions LLC in the amount of $5,144,288 and an extra work allowance in the amount of $514,430 for a total amount of $5,658,718 for rehabilitation of the collection pipe systems to decrease inflow and infiltration of storm water into the sanitary sewer system. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 State of Tennessee American Rescue Plan grant funds in the amount of $4,809,910.30 and FY 2026 Stormwater Special Revenue Matching Funds in the amount of $848,807.70 for a total appropriation of $5,658,718, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
Thank you so much. I have moved the item. The item has been seconded by Commissioner Mills. Good morning, Mr. Mason, with a report.
Chris
Mason, Shelby County Engineering. Everybody walked out when it was sanitary sewer, but mine's important too. This resolution is for sanitary sewer rehabilitation work as part of the American Rescue Plan Water Infrastructure Grant. This project consists of the rehabilitation of approximately 22,000 linear feet of sewer pipe and 900 vertical feet of sewer manholes. The rehabilitation will significantly reduce rainwater intrusion into the sanitary sewer system and help prevent surcharging of the sanitary sewer systems, resulting in overflows into the stormwater drainage system. The ARP Water Infrastructure Grant Program has a match calculated on the Ability to Pay Index. Per this formula, a match amount of 15% has been applied. Shelby County will utilize stormwater funds for the 15% match requirement. Construction contracts utilizing funds from this grant must be executed by August 31st, 2025, and the administration recommends approval of this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I don't see any commissioners in the queue, so let's, Commissioner Caswell.
Yes, appreciate it, Chair. I just wanted to know what areas are this is covering in the county?
Chris Mason, Shelby County Engineering. Of the 58,000 linear feet of sewer that we have in the county, approximately 48,000 feet are in the North Haven and East Acres area, which is east of Millington, the naval base, east of the naval base, and they're the ones that are in the most need. So that is where all this slip lining is going to be done in that system, which is east of north and south of Navy Road, up Armor Road, in that area.
Yeah, and I'd like to talk with you off record. I had a meeting yesterday with some of my people in unincorporated Shelby County up near Bill Mara in between Bartlett and Raleigh, and some concerns came about the sewage system in that meeting because new houses is being proposed in that area. So if we could just talk about that particular area, if you've been having issues there. Because
that area would either be the city of Memphis or the city of Bartlett.
Yeah.
We have no sewer in that area.
No sewer in that area, that unincorporated area.
Even though it's unincorporated, and we get that a lot because most of the unincorporated, I'd say 99% of the unincorporated area is actually serviced by the city of Memphis.
Good deal. Could you help me know who that is? Because I know I got Doug McGowan speaking at my meeting next week. I want him to share with the community if he
Certainly
can.
will.
Thank you, sir.
All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. It appears my screen is not going into the voting process, so if you will show me as an aye, and then reveal the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Mills, Bradford, Brooks, Laurie, Avant. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes the Public Works Committee, and I will call to order Committee Number 15, Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements. If we could read the first item there.
So I thought land use, I'm sorry.
Item 1 is a resolution to divest Shelby County government of any interest in the approved general plan for the North Haven Community Center recorded in Plat Book 43, page 35, and located at the southeast corner of North Watkins Road and Robertson Road, known as case number Z 1721CO, sponsored by Commissioner Bradford C. Jr.
Thank you. I have moved the item. I don't know that I need a seconder, but if anybody's willing to second it. All right, second by Commissioner Avant. Good morning. I apologize. We're having technical difficulties. Please proceed.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administration. So this is a little confusing, so I'll do my best to sum this up quickly. There was a community plan for North Haven. It was recorded. There was a right-of-way on that plan. However, it was not dedicated. There were some title issues. This came before this board in 2022. However, Director Zena said, no, this needs to go to the Land Use Control Board first. So they have officially abandoned the right-of-way. We have no interest in it. However, the adjoining property owners are still having title issue. So what this resolution is going to do is give us authorization to quitclaim deed anything that would have been in that right-of-way. It's just clear up title issues for the adjoining landowners.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sykes-Wood. All right, the screen I'm using now has Commissioner Brooks in the queue. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I'm trying to understand this while we are moving ourselves out of this. So if we're going to clear up the title issues for the residents, right?
Esther Sykes-Wood.
What are we doing exactly? I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. So there was a road right-of-way that was never built, and it honestly was never actually acquired by the county. It was in a community plan that was recorded, and it kind of accidentally got in the county's name somehow. So, I know. So we've been trying to clear this up for a while, and just by vacating the road right-of-way, that didn't do enough for the title companies. What they actually need is a quitclaim deed, and all the quitclaim deed is say, if we have any interest in it, that is given to the adjoining landowners. So I don't think we actually have an interest in it. We're not actually giving anything away because we never got it, but this helps clear up title issues.
So this will not have any detrimental impact on the landowners?
Oh, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, they are requesting this because they're trying to sell their property and having issues.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I kind of got a little history on this because this is before I even existed, back in the early 70s, that they were going to build a community center, or the land was going to be used in part of a plan with a community center, and they needed the road access, and that's where, and it's a previous generation of these owners made the agreement, and nothing has happened.
Esther Sykes-Wood, yes, correct.
And there's no plan, and unfortunately, with unincorporated, it just not a priority. So this is just giving them back access to their personal property so that they can handle their business on the paperwork of owning property, their property.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Physically, I don't think they've ever denied access, but on paper.
On paper?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mills. Hopefully our screens are going to work on this, so let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have voted, let's reveal the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Brooks, Laurie, Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes the Facilities Committee.
I'd like to call to order Committee 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Codes.
Item 1 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Unified Development Code of the County of Shelby and the City of Memphis, Tennessee, granting a planned development amendment for land located at 12635 U.S. Highway 64, known as Case Number PD 2025 through 007 CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant.
Good morning. Mr. Ragsdale, is there a presentation?
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a mover in a second. My apologies. Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman and a second by Commissioner Bradford. My apologies, Mr. Ragsdale.
Good morning, Chair Avant and the Commissioners. Brett Ragsdale, the Division of Planning and Development. Ms. Longstreet will give a presentation, and the applicant is also here if you have any questions for them.
Okay, Ms. Longstreet.
Alexis Longstreet with DPD, 125 North Main Street. This is a presentation on PD 2025-007, and the presentation will be loading here shortly. This property is located on US Highway 64 in unincorporated Shelby County. This is an amendment to a pre-existing plan development that was approved previously, in which is proposing to add additional land and uses to the existing MLM holdings. This property, you can go to the next slide. This property did have a public notice stamp of 30 notices that were mailed out June 16th. Next slide, please. The current land use for this property is vacant. It is surrounding by other vacant properties and as well as a few industrial and uses and as well as residential out in the county with a conservation agricultural zoning designation. In this aerial photo here, in the next slide, you all can see the existing operation, which is running north to south, but from US Highway 64. The applicant is proposing to add all the additional land that is highlighted and outlined in yellow. Next slide, please. This is one of the only site photos that you can actually get from Google Street View, which is just the aerial view, the street photo of the entrance to the existing property and as well as operation. Next slide, please. This is the proposed outline plan of the applicant. There are 4 areas of this proposed plan being designated for the use of parking and structure spaces for the proposed uses. Next slide, please. And in this concept plan, there is a single 36-foot curb cut, and I've listed out the permitted uses within each designated area. So area A would be a concession use, in which on the staff report, you will also find the outline plan conditions that list the specifics for each area and the uses permitted, and those I believe are on page 15 and 16 of the staff report. But area B would be designated for all uses, any uses permitted in the warehouse distribution center, and I do believe there are a few exceptions. There is an existing covered parking structure along the east property line that will remain, and then there are additional parking spaces being provided, as well as some buffers as designated by the Unified Development Code. Area C is the proposed additional land to be added, which will also allow warehouse distribution uses permitted and truck and trailer parking, with some of those parking spaces being outlined there as well. And Area D will remain undeveloped in common open space designation along Washington Road. Next slide, please. So a few of those conclusions, as stated earlier, the applicant is proposing to amend a pre-existing plan development that was approved in 2023 by the Land Use Control Board, but therefore rejected by you all as a body. The applicant is proposing to add the land to the existing operation to aid in the expansion of the current business that is operating there and has been in continuous operation. And it will create 3 new areas within this plan development with a total of 4 areas, but only a total of 3 that will actually be utilized and developed. And next slide, please, which is my final slide, which touches on the approval by the Land Use Control Board. This item was approved on consent, as well as mentioned, pages 15 to 17 of the staff report outline the major outline plan conditions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Longstreet. Give me just a second. Commissioner Bradford?
Thank you. This item is in my district, and I'm supportive of this today. As you all remember, probably about a year ago, this came before us, and we had some constituents that were upset. I take my hat off to the developer because he's done a lot of work to get the constituents to understand the property more fully, the development plan. There also was some confusion about some development that was going on adjacent to this property that the constituents were also really upset about. So the community's back on board with this, as well as I am. And again, hats off to the developer for working closely with them. So I'm supporting this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Seeing no other commissioners in queue, could you prepare the screen for a vote? Okay, before we record the vote, did you fill out a comment card?
I think he represents the developer.
Okay. You can come to the...
Good morning.
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Dedrick Brittenham. My address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, here in Memphis. I'd like to make 2 points. First of all, I have a letter from an area resident that we'd like to submit for the record. Okay. Should I read it or just go ahead and submit it to be part of the record?
You can do both.
Okay, thank you. Dear Miss Longstreet, my name is Jesse Hayden. I own the property that is immediately east of 64 RV and equipment storage in Eads, Tennessee. I understand that the owner, Matt Morris, is seeking approval for a new expansion to their lot. I have spoken to Matt several times. My wife, Julia, and I are both in support of the proposed project and believe it will provide a much-needed service to the county and be a good addition to the area. Thank you. That's sent by email.
Okay.
I'd like to submit this as part of the record.
Okay.
Thank you. Secondly, it has been brought to our attention that well, first of all, thank you very much to Ms. Longstreet for her cooperation and her assistance with this application. However, there is a entry on the outline plan conditions under 1F4. This particular entry, although it was approved, this was not submitted as part of the proposed conditions by the applicant. This appeared at the Land Use Control Board meeting, and the Land Use Control Board approved it. However, at post-meeting, we discussed this number 4 with planning staff, and we understood planning staff would take number 4 out, would delete it. However, it does appear again today. And we're asking that number 4 be deleted for several reasons. Well, for one reason, it's in conflict with the opening statement of F. So we request that under F4 be deleted in its entirety. Otherwise, we agree with all the conditions proposed by staff.
Okay, so I want to just ask the department, is this something that could be amended, or does this need to go back to the next committee meeting for you all to discuss?
Thank you, Chair.
Deferred.
Brett Ragsdale with Division of Planning and Development. We did discuss this just before committee. I was not aware of that, and I'd asked Mr. Britnum if we could hold this and bring it to Monday's meeting if we did want to make any changes, but we're happy to talk about it now. I wanted to spend a little bit of time to understand exactly what the request was, and so we can definitely do that Monday. And I just wanted to spend some time with the applicant and understand the request a little bit more.
So just from a parliamentary, people have cast their vote. We have not recorded the vote, so I paused that in order for the representative of the developer to be able to speak. So this has not yet been recorded as a vote. So that's just for the parliamentary procedure. It isn't official yet. I paused before we did that. So the question is, I'm sorry, you're wanting to discuss this and you think you could have it remedied by Monday?
That's what my request would be.
Okay, so for us to move forward. So committee members, I would recommend that we send this down without a recommendation at this point so that you all could have that conversation, and hopefully that could be remedied by Monday.
Yes.
If not, then I think you would need to go back and we would defer it to the next committee meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so I have a motion to send this down without recommendation. I have a second from Commissioner Bradford. Yes, sir, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will agree, we're fine with discussing it with staff before Monday's meeting. That's fine with us.
Okay, so
Thank
we're
you.
just sending this down without a recommendation. If you guys can get that, have that conversation by Monday, we should be able to have a vote on it at Monday's meeting.
A point of information.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney Britton, you said you wanted the letter to be entered in an exhibit, so could you provide that for us so we can enter that as an exhibit?
Hand it to the clerk.
Yeah, one of the
Thank
staff.
you. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay,
Since that wasn't done
yeah.
as an amendment or motion, that would need to take place.
Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, we're going to send this down without recommendation. All right, this concludes Committee 5.
Good morning, everyone. We'll begin Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution approving the purchase of property insurance for the FedEx Forum from Pete Mitchell and Associates, Inc. through Hartford Fire Insurance Company in the total amount of $949,804, shared equally by Shelby County government and the city of Memphis for a 12-month period beginning September 1, 2025, continuing through August 31st, 2026, with an option to renew for one additional year, where the cost shall not exceed 15% over the prior year renewal. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $474,902. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I would like to say who's the mover and the seconder, but there we go. My screen was frozen for a second. It was moved by Commissioner Caswell, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Deputy Director Schonbaum.
Good morning, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. This is simply the renewal of the FedEx Forum insurance, done annually, shared equally with the City of Memphis. Administration recommends approval.
Thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. I don't see any commissioners in the queue on this one. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a resolution to approve the FY 2026 grant operating budget in the amount of $50,000 and appropriate said funds from the Annie E. Casey Foundation to support a multidisciplinary delegation of system and community partners from Shelby County, Tennessee, to participate in a site visit in Houston, Texas, and Cassieu Parish, Louisiana. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of grant funds in the amount of $50,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Caswell, a second by Commissioner Sugarman, and I do see we have someone to speak on this item. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Teresa Thornton, Finance Administrator, Juvenile Court Judge. We just worked with the Casey Foundation folks as we prepare to take on the responsibility of the detention center. We thought it would be great opportunities to visit some of the sites across the country who are already doing this work. And this grant was an opportunity grant to pay for our staff and stakeholders here to be able to travel to these places.
Thank you so much. I don't see any commissioners in the queue on this item. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 3, please?
Item 3 is a resolution approving a contract for the purchase of Avaya phone system maintenance and support from Continuant, Inc. in a total amount not to exceed $116,981.16 and a contingency of $15,018.84 for a combined amount not to exceed $132,000 to commence upon execution through June 30th, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services Internal Service Funds in an amount not to exceed $132,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Ford. All right, Director Perry.
Good morning, Sandra Perry, CIO, IT Services. We are seeking through this resolution to renew our maintenance support agreement with Continuant for our Avaya phone system. We use our Avaya phone system support to ensure that we have access to advanced troubleshooting and escalation, helping us to resolve technical issues quickly and minimize service disruptions. This amount, not to exceed $132,000, is included in our IT Internal Service Fund budget for FY26. The IT Steering Committee has approved us to move forward with this, and we seek approval from the council today.
Thank you, Director Perry. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue for this item. Madam Clerk?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, we have an add-on for this committee.
Madam Chair, so thank you so much. I would like to suspend the rules to move this item, and then I would like to add an amendment because it does not have the legal information on this add-on.
All right, so let me get, can I get Madam Parliamentarian to read it into record and then come back to you to suspend it?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners allocating $223,000 from the FY 2026 budget in the general fund to School Seed Foundation to support the development of the Low Ranch Skateboard Park to be completed in 2 phases and to serve residents across Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rules.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. It was moved by Commissioner Ford and a second by Commissioner Sugarman.
I move to
Commissioner Sugarman.
suspend so that we can bring this item on as an add-on.
All right, that was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Ford. Can we accept that without objection? So moved.
Now I'd like to make an amendment to this resolution. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, parliamentarian. So I would like to set the stage. This has already been added into the budget, and this will just move the funds from the 2026 budget to school seats, so we can go ahead and add this to the funds that are already there. And I'd just like to tell the listening audience that there's already been a contract, and the skateboard park company is Spoon Ranch. They have already completed pre-development with soil testing, et cetera. And the design is 95% completed. And so this additional funds is taking the place from which is needed because of the city did not include the $223,000 in their budget. And so this commission, and I thank this commission for putting the $223,000 in its budget. So now I'd like to move the funds from the budget to a school seat.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. I see, okay. Just want
But
to,
before it goes to me, I believe the parliamentarian stated that some amendments need to be made first, so I don't want to get in the queue yet until the sponsor makes those appropriate amendments, so I can wait until that happens.
Okay.
Commissioner
Now,
Sugarman?
since I've discussed it, do I need to go into further details about the discussion, parliamentarian, or is that enough?
For it to be effective, you just have to have some resolve clauses. One, we need a line with where the funds are coming from. I guess there's a line item that have this one, it's the general fund in particular, then we just say general fund number.
Okay.
And then there are resolve clauses that have to do with the mayor executing his authority to sign whatever contracts and purchasing. So there are some certain requisite resolve clauses that have to do with contracts that just need to be included.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
all right, so Commissioner Sugarman made a motion to add that language in. It was seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we accept that amendment without objection? So moved. All right, Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I know my colleague has been trying to take care of this district-centered project for the last 3 years. For the last 3 years. I don't apologize for what I said regarding finance, and this is one of the reasons why. Now, I know my colleague on a different item stated that he was ill and he didn't have a chance to inquire about particular things, which made it not meet the requirements. I can ask my colleague on record when she started this process on when she asked finance, and I'm going to assume that she asked finance not yesterday or the day before, but in enough time to put it on the agenda. I hope the practice is not finance not taking care of two simple things, which is the money there, yes or no, and what is the account number? Because if that's too difficult for finance to do those two things, I don't hear any excuses. Chair, I don't wish for us to continue to bring resolutions that, I'm supporting the item, to have to go to particular lengths after going through the process and asking for these things, because I'm assuming that my colleague asked for this to be done for the purposes of it being on the agenda, not as an add-on, and to get those two items. Where's the money? We already passed the budget, so the money is there, and what the account number is. But I noticed that it has happened to particular commissioners. We passed $11.2 million out of fund balance, and finance is on record saying we don't know how much we got in the piggy bank. So if we can do that with a supermajority vote, this should be easy. We already passed this. And I'm going to say this last thing because it's going to be similar. I see one of my constituents, Ms. Street, in the, I told her I was going to bring this up when this item came up. I have something coming up next month regarding cameras in the district that y'all have been asking about. I'm bringing it next month. Let's see if finance plays those same games with District 9, because if they do, we can bring all 25 neighborhood associations down here, and the finance director who lives in District 9, then she can explain why she ain't taking care of her business. So just know help is on the way, and I hope we don't have to go through the same process of having things not meet the requirements of the permanent rules because the administration is not doing their job specifically to take care of particular things that are already in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the Commissioner, I'm glad to hear that this was the item that was in the budget, even though I didn't support the budget because I felt like more dollars should have been put. I was with my unincorporated people yesterday, and they was really on me about how they can get a park in that unincorporated. I just shared with Commissioner Mills how she also have an unincorporated area. How do we really take care of our people in the unincorporated? So I commend you on the work you've been doing over the years to do this. I want to sit down and say, how do we look at other unincorporated areas people being invested into? I hope that the vision of those in the future who look to run our county keep in mind that unincorporated people do pay taxes as well. So thank you for that. Being that it was already in the budget, I will support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. There are no additional commissioners in the queue for this item. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Laurie. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. That concludes committee number 1, and we'll now move on to committee number 13, audit. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the fourth quarter report of the Shelby County Trustee for the year ending June 30, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and I will go ahead and second it. Madam Trustee.
Good morning. Regina Newman, County Trustee. We're presenting our fourth quarter report for the period ending June 30th, so the final report for fiscal year 25. Reminder that this report is on a cash basis. The trustee operates on a cash basis. Subsequent to this report, the Finance Department will be accruing funds back to fiscal year 25 and providing final numbers to you in their manner. So on page 2, you have the final total receipts report for June 30th. Total property tax revenues collected were 100.99% of forecast, so we ran just a smidgen over. Also, most of the other revenues for the county also came in at right around 100%. So those forecasts appear to be pretty much on target. The TIFs are on page 5. Not every TIF has paid, so we are still collecting TIFs for FY25 for the 2024 tax season. The total percentages for collection are on page 6. You'll see a bar chart. We have all types of tax, property tax plus pilots, and they came in at 97.28%, which is exactly the same as last year. Differences in the various types of tax on the subsequent pages, but the total overall was still 97.28. Sales tax analysis is on page 11. Everyone, all the munis received more sales tax than normal, except for City of Memphis. It did not climb. It actually decreased slightly. The comparative net sales tax collections on page 12, and then the breakdown of the pennies in the property tax rate start on page 13, and the differences in the totals from year to year due to a reallocation of the pennies by the commission. So there were more in general fund, less in debt service, et cetera. So those figures changing is just a analysis of the change in the allocation of the property tax penny. And those go through page 16. The portfolio snapshot on page 17. The yield for FY25 was extremely good. We did not expect it to be as good as the year before, of course, but it came very close. That is on page 18. But our overall yield was 4.52. And the total interest gained on the county's portfolio for fiscal year 25 was $43,333,020. Office highlights are on page 19. You can read through those. It explains how many taxpayers applied for and got tax relief, tax freeze in the last year. It also explains the mailings that went out in the fourth quarter. As of today, the 2025 tax bills are online with the trustee's office. So if you go to the trustee's website, 2025 bills are there. We loaded them last week shortly after your minutes were approved on Monday. So those are available. The bills will be going out during the month of August and little by little. So people will be receiving those bills during August. Update on the Financial Empowerment Center on page 20. As of yesterday, actually, we were about $50,000 from hitting $7 million in non-mortgage debt being paid off by these folks. So we're very proud of them. Trustee revenue is on page 21. That is commission and fee revenue. We ended the year almost $850,000 above the revenue budget, so very pleased with that. Then we have the expiring pilots report required by ordinance 54542 on page 22 and 23. And 22, page 22 will be continued to be reported for tax year 2023 since they have not paid all those taxes yet. The pilot payments, I mean. That is all I have.
Thank you, Madam Trustee. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Trustee. One question I want to get a clarity on. So like when we got the property tax amount on page 2, you got collected receipts forecast 821 million, right? 821 million. Is that like the appraised value of, where did that number come from? I want to make sure I'm clear. Yeah.
Regina Newman, County Trustee. Commissioner, that is not the billing, that is the forecast.
Forecast, okay.
Right. And so the billing is shown actually on the page with the bar charts, which is the assessments plus the tax rate. So that'd be on page 6.
Page 6, okay.
So you have the current billed in the middle of the left-hand column.
Okay.
So that's the total amount billed. And then we measure ourselves by the total amount collected towards that bill, which was 97.28%. But the front page, the page you get every Friday,
Yeah.
is the forecast and how we are doing towards the forecast, which is what the budget is based on.
Okay, so with the appraiser, he give you an amount, say, are we supposed to collect 900 million, for example, right? So this number is not the number from the appraiser. What is that number, you know? Can you tell us right off, what is the appraised value of all the taxes we should expect to collect?
Well, for fiscal '25, it is the number on page 6.
The 868 million?
Correct.
Okay, that's what okay.
That's the appraisal, and then we include the tax rate and vary it by, or the pilot payment, whatever it is.
All the rest.
So all the billings.
Okay,
Yes.
good deal. And so when you talk about the tax relief, I think that was 19, yeah. Talked about the tax relief, you said 9,600 tax approved, 9,611 taxpayers approved. So how much of that 2.5 million, is that the amount that we put in the budget last year, the 2.5?
I think it ended up being 2.675, but I may not be correct on that.
Oh, so was all of that depleted out of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do it have like a waiting list, or did you have more people to?
No, we don't have a wait list. For
Yeah.
everybody who applies and gets approved by the state, they will get the payment.
And is it a percentage, like if, say, for example, my bill 1,600 and I apply, is it a certain amount that they get from your office?
There is a certain amount they get from the state, and we match it.
And match there, okay. And so this year budget was a little bit more?
2.8.
2. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You bet.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Madam Trustee, just a quick question on page, well, actually 2. Well, no, it's not 2.
Commissioner Brooks, can you speak into your microphone? Thank you.
I'm reading my little pages here. On page 5, Madam Trustee, what is going on with Lakeland Industrial Development District there?
They have not paid in.
Is it operative? Are they doing anything?
I couldn't
Is it
answer that
dead?
question. Right now, they have a TIF,
Yeah.
but they have not paid in. We don't monitor them, so.
We don't? but
I
we
don't.
should.
My office
Your
does
op-
not
right,
monitor
right,
them.
Right, okay. Because I was reading something about this. I guess we need to look into that a little bit more.
I also saw an article, something about it was reinstated or something like that, but it has been open and the payments have not been made. So they haven't received anything back because the payments have not been
Who's
made.
responsible for that? Who's supposed to
The
do
TIF
that?
itself,
Or whoever gave them the TIF.
or who gave the TIF,
Yeah.
correct.
We got to fix that.
Okay.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. That's the last commissioner that's in queue regarding this item. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Brooks, Laurie. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 13. Now we'll move on to Committee Number 6, Education. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution aligning the elections, terms of office, and term limits of the Shelby County Board of Education with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners pursuant to TCA Section 49-2-201, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner McWright, and Commissioner Amber Mills. This item was referred back to committee in July 28, 2025 Commission meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to move a substitute resolution item before us. Can I get a second to move the substitute?
Second for discussion purposes.
Okay.
Can we accept that without any objection?
Yeah, I'll object.
All right. Yeah, it was objected by Commissioner Wright. So, Madam Parliamentarian, Commissioner Sugarman is trying to make her substitute. I seconded it for discussion purposes, and Commissioner Wright just made an objection. So, I guess we're in discussion around why you are objecting. But first, we actually need to know what exactly the substitute is.
Yeah, let me read the caption so it could be on the floor before the objection. Yes, ma'am. Well, the caption is the same, so, but it looks like the caption is the same, but there's only one sponsor this time.
And it looks like to me the body of it is very different from.
Right. So, would you like to set the stage so that the public can know what the difference is?
Yes. So can the parliamentarian read the what's in red, and then thank you.
Okay, so the red line portion starts in the now therefore be it resolved clause. The addition language or replace language would include for members of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, beginning with the change language is the 2030 election. There is a either replaced or added resolve clause that reads as follows. Be it further resolved that members of the Shelby County Board of Education elected in 2024 to serve in their respective districts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 shall serve their full 4-year term. Be it further resolved that the Shelby County Election Commission shall hold an election in 2028 for the 2024 through 2028 districts to elect board members to serve a 2-year term from 2028 to 2030. In summary, board members representing districts 1, 6, 8, and 9, whose regular election year will be August 2026, shall serve a 4-year term, 2026 through 2030. Board members representing districts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 shall complete their full 4-year term, 2024 through 2028. Board members representing districts in 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, whose regular election year is in August 2028, shall serve a 2-year term, 2028 through 2030. Beginning in 2030, all school board districts shall be on the same election cycle, with regular elections held every 4 years, and a 2-year limit shall be established for all members. This structure ensures staggered terms are preserved through 2030, after which uniformity in term length, election timing, and term limits will be fully implemented for all Shelby County Board of Education members. I'd like to make a point of parliamentary privilege, please, that the rules require track changes, and so in the future, that would allow those to see what has been stricken and what has been added. So we would need to suspend the rule on the manner in which these changes.
So moved.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second for the purposes of the objection,
We have one motion on the floor. So does the
Yeah,
objection
you can accept it, but you then need to, let's dispose of the motion that's currently on the floor.
Okay. So
But I just did want to continue to help educate members to know that track changes means, you use the track changes on the word. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Sugarman, is your mic on?
Okay, point of information. So I did send this to attorney's office, so point noted. And so because my thing was I was going to just bring it as an amendment as opposed to substitute, so.
I'll be happy. I'm very good with track changes, and I'll be happy to help any member of the Board of Commissioners, their staff, on being able to use that tool so we can comply with our rules.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. So the current motion is objecting this actual substitute.
No.
Well, moving it, rather. Because Commissioner Sugarman wants to move this substitute in.
Okay, so first, we already have an objection to even moving it, so we wouldn't
Yes.
suspend the rules until, okay.
Yes,
I'm still glad that I made that point of power.
absolutely. Thank you, thank you. So Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue around this objection.
Which objection?
Doesn't matter.
The ones who object to moving this in?
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you. And so I just want to say this. I listened to the meetings the other day, and I heard the school board members as well as the public. And so I understand that I'm hearing from the public, they're saying they do want to continue with the staggered terms and also term limits, and the school board members said they were fine with that. And also heard that they want the newly elected officials to be able to complete their four-year term. And so listening to all that, this encompasses all of that. So after 2030, there will be term limits, two-term, limits, as well as staggered limits, as well as we will all the school board members will be on the same cycle as opposed to different cycles. And so that is my intent with this, and so I hope that it's a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner, well, I'll come back to her. Commissioner Wright.
Substitute as opposed to amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I objected just simply because I do favor the original version of the resolution. So I understand what the mover is trying to accomplish with this, but I just simply prefer the original. And it's for a couple of reasons. One is, it is because I've listened to the community and their desire to have power returned to them and for them to be able to decide who represents them on the school board alongside their county commissioners and their other elected officials countywide. So I think I'm just hesitant for us to move that time frame out when we don't have to, and to empower the voter as soon as we possibly can. So I was very appreciative of the state making that effort to align the school board with what's happening with us. And this is something that came up very early on in discussion when all of these issues came to a head, that it seemed like we had some county offices that were out of alignment, that they're not subject to recall like we are, they're not subject to term limits like we are, and they're off the schedule of the voting terms from us and from the other elected officials. So to me, it just makes sense to stick with the original, but again, I do understand and appreciate what you're trying to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Ford.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see the cue because I'm actually reading the original. Can you reiterate what's on the floor right now that got objected?
Accepting Commissioner Sugarman's substitute.
Okay. All right. So this is where I'm at. If this fails as far as substituting, this does not take away from the sponsor making motions to amend. So I understand exactly where you're coming from as far as what the original is. The only reason why I would favor not substituting is because we're going to have a lot of conversation anyway on possibly modifying the original. And there are some things in the original I would rather build up on and have the discussion. That's not saying that I would support any of the things that I see in this substitute resolution, but I will say this for the record on whatever we do decide. And as I said before, I would probably be a no for fully substituting this, but I would be welcome to having the conversation on particular amendments to the original, and then we just see where we're at. But I will say this as I conclude. Looking at where we're at, and many of us have constituencies that have stated that they want to see everything from A to G. I went back and looked at what was discussed in on the city side when a charter commission was put together, and they were talking about doing away with staggered as well. But it was basically asking a city council member to run for a one-year term and then run again, which is different from if you have a two-year term like what your state representatives and your U.S. representatives do. However, with this substitute, and this is why I'm voting no, it kicks the term limit can down the road too long. I support lining up everybody and then term limits start then, because my question when it is appropriate is going to be, I'm assuming if that person is in that term now, they are grandfathered in that term, and then after everything is aligned, then term limits start then. Not in 2030, but could possibly start in 2026 when everybody is aligned. So that's the reason why I would be voting no on substituting everything, but I do support having the discussion and some of these pieces being discussed and possibly being voted on. So therefore, love my colleague, but this is one time where I need to vote no to keep the foundation where it is so that we can have that conversation after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I think it would be right and in order that we recognize that today is the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, what's left of it. Thank you, John Roberts. What we're trying to do, I don't know, did we get that resolution on the floor?
No, so we're right now in discussion of should we accept this or not?
Okay, I want to object to the whole thing. And I've just been informed by the parliamentarian that my objection will be based on the fact that I want to move an ordinance on this issue. And I was just informed by the parliamentarian that I need to have a resolution as opposed to.
If you can work with what is on the floor, then you can ask for a friendly amendment. If you can work otherwise.
Okay.
Can you do that?
I can ask. Will I? Okay.
Well, first we have to get this on the floor.
Okay.
And if not, then they can entertain other
Okay.
motions. But it's just complicated because you just have the ordinance, but we don't have a body. So we would need to work with some structure of a resolution before you can introduce the alternate ordinance on the floor that you would like to move into the record. See what I'm saying?
So, Madam Parliamentarian, first let me just, it sounds like that's a separate action. So can we first just stay within this current action that we're on now before we do a second one? I just wanted to make sure I let commissioners speak on what Commissioner Sugarman brought and what Commissioner Wright, he objected. So now we're just discussing whether or not we will accept the substitute that Commissioner Sugarman brought.
I'm not finished. I have
Okay.
some time left. Okay, so in my objection to what is on the floor right now, I'm looking at what is being attempted, and what is being attempted is, again, an unconstitutional act. Because what you're doing is you're looking at, well, you're not looking at Article 6, Section 9 of the Constitution, which would void what the sponsor's trying to do. It says, well, since an unconstitutional law is void, the general principle follows that it imposes no duties, confers no rights, bestows no power or authority on anyone, or affords no protection or justifies no act performed under it. So what this is saying is, if we decide to go ahead, if by some reason it passes, it will be subject, it will be subject to litigation because it is unconstitutional, because it violates the Constitution. And even though some of the provisions that are outlined in this would be amenable for me, down the road, we will be subject to a lawsuit and we will fail. Down the road, we will be subject to a lawsuit. And it leads me to believe that, I'm not a lawyer, of course, and there are lawyers in the room, and I don't know if the lawyers reviewed it, but the lawyers would know that down the road, if this is challenged, it will fail because it violates the Constitution.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Whaley, so are you in the queue to talk about the item that's in front of us? Okay, Chairman Whaley.
All right, yep, thanks, Madam Chair. Just wanted to, and I didn't speak too much about this last time in committee, but kind of wanted to take a step back and share my perspective on it, and which is that what we have before us is essentially a question of, do we believe that it makes sense to have term limits for school board and to align the elections with the county legislative body? So those are the two questions, and I think a lot of the conversation around this has centered around specific actions, individuals, emotion around that, whether we approve of the performance of the district or not, which I actually think is the wrong framing for this, because we really need to look at it longer term. So in 40 years, 50 years, does it make sense for those two things to be true? When we'll have totally different superintendents, totally different school board members, who knows what the performance will be, hopefully strong, but that's the question. It's long-term, right? Do we think those two things make sense? That's what applies to us. So if the answer is no, then we ought to change our own structure if we don't think it's right, because that's that's the question that's before us. So I don't look at this with regard to any individual that's in the office, my own personal views of the performance. That's irrelevant. It's simply about the state has authorized the county legislative body to approve term limits of 2 consecutive terms, which also applies to us, and to have those elections all at the same time, such as it exists for us, and it's either yes or no. I think whether we do it in 2026 or 2030 really is irrelevant, because it's what long-term we want it to be, right? Otherwise, you start getting into like specific individuals, things that have happened. I understand the emotion around that, but we are talking about an issue of governance and whether we want this to exist decades from today with new people in these seats. So I'm for however we want to do that, such that that is able to be implemented. I'm fine with the substitute. I agree with my colleague that I think the term limits, there's no reason why they can't apply right away. But I'm also fine with the original. I think that's the point. When we start getting into like individuals, that's where it gets clouded. So just wanted to share what I believe is an objective take on something that would significantly change the governance structure, but in a way that aligns it with how we do other local elections. Okay, so just wanted to share that perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. So we are still on the substitute. Second round of discussion on the substitute. Okay. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so I agree with the, thank you, Chair. I agree with Chair Whaley and the fact about, not getting into the weeds or taking it personal. It's about policy. And so in doing so, I spoke to the attorney's office, and I would like, through the parliamentarian, through the chair to the attorney, if you could just, speak about what legal difference, if any, does it make if we started in 2026 versus 2030? Because in conversation does make a difference, number one. It doesn't disenfranchise the voters who voted in the individuals listed in those districts who were elected last year. As far as litigation is concerned, does it strengthen or weaken? I understand there could be lawsuits, but my understanding from discussions with legal that if we do spread it out, there's less likely of a lawsuit. Not saying that it will not, but it's less likely. And I would like for the attorney to speak on that, if you will.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The reality is we cannot predict at any given point in time what litigation may come and the nature of that litigation. The difference between the version that is on the agenda now and the version that is being proposed as a substitute is the application of the alignment and term limits, so 26 versus 2030. Specifically, the 2030 version is going to allow those elections that have already taken place, those individuals that are currently serving terms to finish terms before restructure begins. So you will begin a restructure and an alignment that is authorized by state law in 2030. That's the primary difference between the current version and the proposed substitute. Obviously, that would negate some of the claims that have been raised so far in public comment about the inability to finish terms. But whether or not that prohibits, a challenge even in 28, I can't say for certain that it wouldn't be challenged. However, it negates the claims that have been raised in public comment so far. You would allow currently elected members to finish their terms before alignment in 2030. So that's the primary difference and a legal option.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
I'm going to try it again. To the parliamentarian, this is an ordinance to amend the charter, okay? So can we not deal with that here on this subject? And
You don't have a substitute resolution to introduce your ordinance.
Okay.
But I will be happy to help prepare one.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay.
I mean, unless your colleagues would allow for an empty caption or just a caption with your ordinance, and then the ordinance.
To hold the space.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So I would move, an
But we still have an objection, so the chair. To
We still
dispose
have
of
the
that.
motion on the floor of Commissioner Sugarman's substitute, so.
So all conversation should be on what is before us. And then we dispose of that motion by voting, because there was an objection, to what is before us. So we need to take that up at the.
Correct. That's what I was trying to get us to, Madam Parliamentarian.
With my time that's left.
Okay.
Okay, to the attorney. So with this substitute resolution, are we abridging any members' terms at any point?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. No current member's term would be abridged. They'd be allowed to finish.
No, at any point, not current members, but at any point in this between now and 2030, will any terms be abridged?
I understand now. Okay. So the election that would take place in 2028, this particular item would articulates a restructure. The Election Commission would run an election for those districts presenting in 28 to serve a 2-year term before fully aligning all districts in 2030. So to the extent that those individuals submitting for election in 2028 are elected, they would not serve a full 4-year term. They would serve a
Okay,
2-year term.
before my time runs out, so we would be abridging terms, right? It would be an abridgment, yes or no?
I cannot use the phrase abridge in
You'd be
this.
altering.
Yes, you are
Okay,
restructuring
okay,
the
so-
elections.
So that would be a violation of the section of the Constitution, Section 11, Article 11, Section 9. But beyond that, I have a question about why are we limiting the term limits, the changing, the abridgment of the terms to just the Memphis Board, Memphis and Shelby County Board of Education? That's the only Board of Education that I see here. And, it looks a little discriminatory to me. So, Madam Chair, looks like my time is gone.
Your time is up on this item, on this go-around.
I'll get back in the queue.
Commissioner Mills?
Sorry, Madam Chair, just a point of information on what Commissioner Brooks raised. Attorney Smith, can you just clarify, because the state law, again, trying to drill down to the basics of the law that was passed that authorized the action we're considering today. Does the state law authorize our ability to do anything with the other school districts? And can you just explain to us again how it works in terms of the budget that we approve versus how the municipal school budgets are approved?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The current law that is authorizing this resolution to appear to you as a decision only authorizes the county commission to implement these terms, alignment, successive terms, and term limits on the County Board of Education. So you would not be able to use this law to reach any other school district. Moreover, the County Commission is authorized and required by law to approve the budget of the County Board of Education each budget year and any amendments thereto. That is a different law here than this one, but your approval requirements are unique to the County Board of Education.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. Did we ever get the expedited AG opinion that was coming to answer the constitutional question of this? I have not heard that we have. I don't see the governor signing something that would be unconstitutional with this. I just caution us with the substitute that the state was asked to act for Shelby County, and they acted for Shelby County. And if we blink on this, we're on the back burner for anything else we ask. If we change it to staggered. If we start in 2026, then we can change it to where the terms start in 2026 and then the 8 years start, so somebody could serve 10 years. I'm fine with that. And I think that would solve the concern of some of the school board members' terms being cut short. And that would be an amendment to the original that I would be open to. But I'm not open to the substitute like this. I think the Representative Harris and Senator Taylor that worked on this in a bipartisan effort, I don't think we should blink. I think we should act on the original. If we need to tweak it to add it where some can serve 10 years, to start it so that they're not shortened, then I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. So people are back in the queue, so we're still talking about this substitute. So I'm going to go to you, Commissioner Caswell, because this will be your second time talking on this item? Your first time, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to speak just to the point that when we look at this, and my concern with it from the state, and I said it before when I didn't support the no confidence in that, is because I believe we are setting the precedent. When we talk about what the state going to do for us here in Shelby County, since I've been on this body, I haven't seen the state do much or nothing. Every time we have taken any legislative agenda there, nothing happened. And so if we're going to fear what the state going to do, I think we need to be thinking about the fact that when they don't like what we vote on here, how they then pass a one that say we got to be out of our seats in 2 years on this body. I think we're setting the precedent to say that this state that have shown us that they don't care too much about Shelby County for whatever reasons they have there in Nashville, is going to continue to pass laws that see this majority black county as one that they either one day going to take over, and they're going to do it by passing laws at the state level to do so. And this is just a pathway for them to continue to go forward. That's why I'm hesitant about this. It's not about the personalities of the people that's on this board or the one vote that they made. I mean, we even heard it when we went up there when we tried to pass what was that, reparation one. They talked about how they was going to try to cut money and stop us from doing that. They had to change the legislation around that. Anything we are talking about to try to move black and brown, this community forward is going to be something that they're going to fight against us at the state level on. And that's what I've seen since serving on this body, and I only believe that we're opening up the door for them to tell us next that they can control this body in any way that they want to. When we talk about the fact, even when they gave municipalities to schools years ago when the city surrendered the charter, it have benefited those communities to the utmost. And when I see their leadership continue to invest in their betterment for their children and families, as they did this past budget season, and we didn't, we're not thinking about the future of our children, because the state is sure not thinking about the future of our children. The state is thinking about something other, and I believe it's a takeover of this whole county when we start giving them the power that's about to happen, maybe happen through this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Lauer, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw Commissioner Brooks there. Kind of along those same lines, there's no guarantee if we want to open ourselves up to litigation or not, no matter if it's 2026, 2030, wherever it may be. But what would not open up to litigation is to let the people of Shelby County decide through referendum. When we had term limits instituted in 2009, quite frankly, that was because of the climate that was going on during that time. Let's be honest about it, leadership and everything else. So we had term limits instituted. All right, well, the people decided that for our body and every other body as well. We have our personal views, I'm sure, about how things are done, but I have children in the school system, so of course I'm personally invested when it comes to those things. However, what keeps us from out of litigation and talking about litigation at the end of the day is to let the people decide what we should have via a referendum. That's what I believe. That's what I want to bring forth. It'll be up to this body to decide. In that case, it would be a referendum on the 2026 ballot, in my opinion, with a special election to occur right after that, if that's the case, in 2027. But again, what keeps us out of courts, what keeps us going back and forth, what keeps us from not having legal opinions and everything else, is to ask the people of Shelby County to decide what they want to do with their elected bodies, just like they've done with ours, city council, both these mayors, and every other constituted office that's in Shelby County. That's what I believe we should be doing going forward. That's what I'll be bringing. It'll be up to the will of this body to decide, but that's what I think the will should be the will of the people at the end of the day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree totally with my colleague, and I hope I can work with him in putting that together. I'm very concerned about the discriminatory intent of this legislation that was passed by Taylor and Harris. It does say, it does not mandate, it's permissive. So again, I don't understand why, and maybe I shouldn't be going down this road, but I can't help it. Today's the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. Why we cannot spread this to the municipalities. If we're going to do it to Shelby County, if we're going to do it to Memphis and Shelby County schools, then the others should be susceptible. As far as us blinking with the state, I am so sick of the state. Let me say this. There's no footprint that we can find from the state of Tennessee that benefit children, black and brown children. And we are always stepping back because the state might. Well, the state is not going to do anything except try a money grab, if you will, try a facility grab, and then scare some of us. That's about it. And take your sovereignty if you allow them to. Now, they got the door open. We open the door. So now you can close that door or you can open it wider. But I agree with Commissioner Lowry, a referendum, and that way we would not void any of our constituents' vote, which is horrible. And that way we will make sure that we're not violating any section of the Constitution. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's about it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Caswell.
And again, I can appreciate, thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate what Commissioner Lowry is proposing to put forth with the referendum. I think back to what the people voted on with the guns, not wanting guns in Shelby County. And the state still gave us no power. An overwhelming majority of this county said that they didn't want guns through referendum, and the state did not give us any power to change the narrative. And we, every day, have to deal with our black and brown kids, and they're making laws stronger that these kids at 18 can carry these guns without permits. We see it in our stores, we see it in our neighborhoods, we hear it every night in our communities. Again, this is what the state takes the will of the people. Think about the will of the people in this county. They have showed us that. So again, I could support it, wanting to hear from the people, but we have seen where they are. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Lowry.
Thanks. I just want to respond to my colleague there. Commissioner, I agree with you. But the difference is on that is that ordinance attempted to circumvent state law. There is no state law here that is trying to be circumvented. And given the will of the people to decide how they want to determine, like they've done with our body in the past, there's a precedence there. We've done this in 2009. The reason why we all have term limits is because of the Charter Commission and our people of Shelby County voted on it. So there's a precedence there. I'm with you on that. We definitely, when it comes to our guns and being terrible, we spoke up there. Our community spoke up there. But we can't circumvent state law, just like state law can't circumvent federal law. What we got to do is find a way to work within those systems. This, for us, in my opinion, works within the same system. There's a precedence there. And we're letting the will of the people to decide. I have my personal views of why term limits and everything else. The school board, I believe, is a little bit different when it comes to legislative bodies. There should be some continuity there to a certain extent because they hire an employee, and that employee is responsible for the school district. There are plans that are made, mission statements, things of that nature that go on well beyond terms. So there should be some things creative there. That's my personal view on it. But I don't think it's up to us to determine by a vote of 7 to determine the trajectory of our body for the next duration, for generations to come. We put that to the people and let them decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry.
Point of privilege, one quick. Just, and I appreciate that to your argument on that, is that also I wanted to just add, I got a call from one of the state representatives, I hope he come in on Monday, who signed on as a sponsor, said he listened to the noise and he regret that he supported this in sponsorship at the state level. So again, people are pulling back from this because and what they looked at as a personality situation finna affect our whole county. Thank you.
Thank you for that statement, Commissioner Caswell. We are now, all commissioners are out of the queue. So I would just say that I appreciate Commissioner Sugarman for what she's trying to do regarding the process here around how you get to the term limits. You can see it within the resolution. Ultimately, I do agree with Commissioner Lowry, Commissioner Brooks, around the fact that this should be for the people to decide. I have my own personal opinions around term limits, but I want to hear from the people to make that decision about term limits. I appreciate what Commissioner Sugarman has done here, because let's say they said, yes, this helps us get there. This is how they would live it out. It also states that you can't abridge someone's term. So that was captured in here as well. But ultimately, we're living out the voter in this. I think one of the arguments was around it being aligned means it's going to be more voter turnout. The numbers don't even suggest that. In fact, it shows that as you go down the ballot, based upon what the seat is, less people vote. So just because you add this on there doesn't automatically mean more people are going to vote. So that, to me, takes away that argument of why they should be aligned. I am concerned about everyone running at the same time because it takes out the continuity. I think Commissioner Lowry said it best around the fact that that particular body hires someone and also make decisions that are long-term, that you have to have a bit of history aligned in decision-making. So, Commissioner Sugarman, I appreciate what you've done here. I just think that we need to let the voters tell us that they want this regarding term limits, and then this would make a lot of sense of how we get there. Commissioner Avant, I'm going to take you, and before then we vote this up or down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I understand the intent of the sponsor's resolution in order to try to get us to some resolution and help, one, maintain some sense of democracy, because there were people who did come out to vote. And those people who came out to vote, if we are taking away their vote by saying that we're moving to 2026, to me, then that disenfranchises voters, in my opinion. Although I do think that there should be term limits, I am in agreement that a referendum for the people to decide that. But if we are making decisions based on people, based on personalities, based on past actions, then it really does skew our view when we should be just focused on policy. So I guess the question that I do have for the attorney through the chair, was there any indication of when the comptroller may be providing some insight to us about this particular piece of legislation? I'm sorry, the AG. I'm sorry, the AG.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. We've not been given an answer on whether or not this would actually fall into their expedited track. We were advised that typically these items can take up to 45 days before there is a response in the form of an opinion.
Wow. So obviously that complicates it, because it would be very helpful if the state provided some guidance on that, especially with something that is so time sensitive to so many aspects, right, of when folks would need to be filing petitions, all of those different things. Again, to the sponsor, Commissioner Sugarman, definitely understand the intent of this in trying to help us get there. If there were any amendments that I would want to make, it would really be just that there were term limits, but that this would go into effect in 2030. So that people have an opportunity to at least finish out a term that they were elected to. It challenges, it provides so that everyone is on the same, voting schedule. And for me, the argument around people want to vote folks out of office, well, you voted them in office. And if you wanted someone different, you should have showed up at the polls last year. You should have showed up at the polls. It was minuscule, the number of people who turned out for that election. And if you're not happy with who is on that board, then shame on you, because you should have voted who you wanted in office. But they have made decisions about who they elected to the school board. And past this one decision, I think we have to be, and we opened ourselves up with the no vote of confidence for us to even be in the mess we're in right now. We opened ourselves up to this. And I don't think that at this point we should try to, backtrack from what we opened the door to do. So if there was any amendment, it would be that we continue that we do comply with state law, but that it would go into effect in 2030, and including the term limits. So if the sponsor,
So that is what is on the floor, just so that we're clear. The
So I thought this
substitute
was-
does that.
but I thought it was staggered terms.
No. The substitute the Commissioner Sugarman's proposing aligns the elections beginning in 2030. It does not abridge any term of someone who was elected in 2024. So if you were elected in '24, you finish your term per the term that you were elected to. But in order to get to an alignment in the 2028 elections, it would be a 2-year term. This is similar to what was done when you had the larger school board and it went down to the current size because that was the only way to do it. It's like some people had to serve. The difference there is that in this case, if the substitute's accepted, the expectation is now set years in advance that this will be a 2-year term versus the expectation in 2024 was it was a 4-year term. Expectation, but for both the candidate and the public. So, and again, like I understand that concern that was brought, but the question is alignment of the elections and the implementation of term limits. So just want to be clear before we vote on the substitute, that is what the substitute does. It finishes out the terms as is, has an abridged term in 2028 that will be well noticed, 2.5 years noticed to the public.
Thank you for that clarification, Chairman Whaley. Actually, because I do want to say, for that term, that is a 2-year term, that is not brand new to that school district, to that school board, because when I served on the school board, my first term was a 2-year term. All right, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, so I'm glad that the chair agreed that it will be abridged. So what I'm leaning toward still would be the referendum. That way we will not run into, we won't go and pass a resolution with clear eyes that it's a violation of the Constitution, knowingly. So if we go the route of a referendum, we're doing what we know right now, right before us, is right. It's the right thing. Not with any side eye that we may be in violation. And I think that's what we need to do. We don't need to kick it. What we're doing, in essence, would be kicking the violation down the road so that future county commissions will have to deal with it. And then they'll be in an upheaval. And the public would be in upheaval. And then, we'll be sitting back going, why didn't we take care of this then? So we need to fix this and fix it the right way now. So with that, I will be voting against the.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? At this point, we're voting whether or not to accept this substitute.
Chairwoman, can you reiterate what a yes is and a no is? Because I see votes going all over the place, and I just want to make sure before you ask for the tally. Can you do it one more time? Okay. If you think you need the screen to be started over too, I know that'd be your prerogative, but I think if you just re-articulate what a yes and a no is, that'll help out.
Absolutely. So, because I also just got a question. So we are now on whether or not we're going to accept the substitute resolution that Commissioner Sugarman just brought forth. if this is not accepted, it goes back to the original document that is the original resolution. And then we would then, that automatically goes down for Monday versus if we say yes to the substitute that Commissioner Sugarman has put forth, it goes down for the Monday vote.
But we can still have deliberation on the original right now. Like hypothetically, if this does not pass, then we are discussing the original.
Yeah, if the substitute,
Okay,
if the
yeah.
substitute does not pass, then we go to talking about the original document.
Okay. Because it sounded like you were just trying to take it down without a recommendation.
No,
So,
no.
yeah, okay, all right.
Commissioner Lowry.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just before you, so right now with the vote total, there's a 5-5 fails. So that means we're back on the original resolution?
Yes.
Okay. My reason for voting no, because I stated earlier, I don't want to repeat what I've said. That was my reason for voting no. However, I'm a no on the other one as well. So if we go back to the original, it doesn't matter. Well, screen's gone. So therefore, before that, because one's a little bit more palatable than the other, but I'm still mark me as a yes, just for purposes of replacing the original, but knowing obviously what I intend to do and will be, will this body what they do going forward. Thank you.
So you're a yes?
I'm a yes. Change it to yes. Thank you.
Oh, my screen just went off, and it also did, I guess, because the vote is up here. We were in the middle of voting. So you have, now everyone is clear on where we are, but you didn't change up here. Okay, all right, Madam Clerk, please tell.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry. Because the screen says one thing and my colleague stated what he wanted to do, and it will change the effect. To make it clean, should we just do a roll call vote because some other screens have had some challenges, just to make sure that it's clean before we continue?
Can we just reset the
Or
board?
just reset?
Can we reset the
If
board?
everybody's technology is working, that's fine too. I just want to make sure it's clean.
I do, okay. Commissioner Lowry's is going, yeah, okay. Can you now just reset the board?
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, also my screen is frozen. I'm a no.
All right, Madam Clerk, has everyone had the opportunity to vote? All right, Madam Clerk, please tally our votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Brooks, Laurie, Avant, Chairman Whaley. We have no votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Wright. We have 7 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this now, we will accept the substitute resolution. It is before us, and now we're on to having conversation about the substitute resolution that is before us. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
All right, thank you. A quick yes or no through the chair to the sponsor. Is everything in red, the modifications to the original?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so let me look at all the red so far. So the main things that I see in this change are term limit starting in 2030. If you're a 1689, you would get, well, not you would get, but for lack of a better phrase, 1689 would go to would have a 4-year term from 2026 to 2030. 23457 would have a 4-year term, and then 23457 would have a 2-year term, and then term limits would start in 2030. Again, I know there are some people that are going to vote no on this regardless of what the changes are. For those that are inclined to go with what the chair stated, it's basically about when do you want to start term limits and are you inclined to line up the districts. That's all it's really about. It's also about whether you don't want to do it as a resolution, if you want to do it as a referendum item. I really don't want to hear about protecting and preserving voters, because when I hear people up here say that, and Ms. Street, we just had this conversation, and you hear it, so you know what I have to go through up here. I don't even have to go through the specifics, but if the door is open, I sure will. But to the item that's in front of us right now, since we unattached what I personally believe and what the voters should be able to do, one reason why I know that some people like term limits is because they want to see new faces and they want to see new people in. I just wish that some people would go to the voting booth and vote, because I tell people, and Ms. Street, you know this, when I have a town hall meeting, I say, look, if you want to vote me out, elect the other person, I will shake his or her hand, and you can come down to 3390 Elvis Presley and see me at the funeral home where the people don't talk back. And I would be glad to do that. But you got some people that want to disenfranchise my constituents, but want to talk about it should be about the voters. Commissioner Sugarman, on this item, this commissioner is, can somebody put 2 minutes? Because I didn't have my time. I just want to make sure I got a time. Okay, thank you. It basically does not start term limits until 2030, which means, and this is where I'm going to disagree with you, to where when I was a commissioner, whenever the term limits were brought forth, there was a grandfathering of just that individualized term, not extra terms down the road, to where we're talking about term limits. If you start in 2030, somebody elected could go all the way to 2038. There are people that I've talked to that would like to see the term limits start in 2026. So I'm going to get back in the queue and listen to some more of this conversation. This is just where I would like to see, and I might be in the minority, and if I am, so be it. If we end up this item not passing and then we start discussing a referendum down the road, then I would like to see what specifically in that referendum item. Is it going to be what you have here, or is it going to be business as usual? I am on record last Monday saying my concern was a worse document coming out, whether it's a worse referendum item or a worse resolution item. I'm not saying yours is worse, because I disagree with a couple of things. I would like to see the term limit start in 2026, and I would like to see an alignment in 2026 to where those who are serving right now, your terms are grandfathered in and do not count toward the term limits, but not to start in 2030 saying you got another pass for another term and then we'll start doing it. So I'll get back in the queue and listen to folks. But if we start talking about it's about the voters, please. It's not. It's about you protecting people. That's what it's about. Let's let's be truthful in this last 13 months that we have together. Thank you.
Thank you to Commissioner Ford. I'm trying to see who's next because someone in IT is fooling with my screen. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is to the attorney through the chair. Can you explain, as far as grandfather in, what that impact would look like? Because again, the whole point of the substitute, one of the reasons I came up with a substitute was because the original version, it disenfranchised voters, and that was a concern. You know, I think that people who were elected should serve their full term. And before you answer that, I also want to just move Exhibit A, and this just lists the dates of the next election for each of the school board members. Can I get a second? Thank you.
Do you have copies of that?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Sugarman is giving an exhibit of the actual dates of elections, so that we can have.
And so if the attorney wouldn't mind answering the question through the chair, explaining grandfather in, could we do that? And, you know, because my concern again is not disenfranchising the voters.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Let me explain what I think Commissioner Ford said. What I believe I understood was the application of term limits in 2026 and alignment in 2030. Is that correct? In order just to understand the question, I believe what I heard was the commissioner would like to implement term limits beginning in 2026 and alignment of elections in 2030. Was that the proposed fact pattern?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes.
Okay.
The hold on. To reiterate, term limits to start in 2026, and for the alignment to happen where it's most feasible, which would be you would have to put a 2-year term in somewhere, or you would basically have to do a 4-year and a 6-year. You would have to modify somewhere accordingly. Yeah, I'm using the word modify, so anybody wants to use another thesaurus word, they can use that. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay. To the extent that you were to implement a plan that did term limits in 26 and alignment in 2030, you could do that. That's not prohibited by the statute that was passed and implemented this year. You can, obviously the statute allows for you to pick one or the other, but in this instance, if you were to pick two, you can change the applicability date of each provision of that implementation. To the extent that you implemented term limits in 2026 and you have an election in 2028 where individuals are only allowed 2 years before they serve they're up for reelection again in 2030. That 2-year service would not count towards a term limit for purposes of the application of the term limits because it isn't a 4-year term. So they would be allowed and eligible to run in 2030 regardless of their service as long as they are eligible at that time for election. I hope that's helpful.
Point of information. Okay, so again, as far as the grandfather in component, so those individuals who are just elected last year, they will still be able to fulfill their complete term. Is that correct?
Megan Smith, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Wright, I think you're next in the queue. Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll start with one bit of, on a happy note, which is that it does seem like we've achieved some agreement across the board, perhaps, in wanting term limits, which is great. I heard school board members, while watching from home, heard them speak in favor of term limits, as well as some comments that they made after the meeting. And I'm hearing pretty much across the board commissioners supportive of term limits, and that's great. And so I'll be supportive even in this, as I said, this is not my preferred version of this resolution, but I'd still be supportive because I think it gets us closer to parity between commission and school board, and eventually does give power to the voters to decide. So that's a positive note. Also, I don't think my time has started, but on another point, so my own county, when I was represented by the Shelby County School Board, my member, his term was cut short at 2 years, and he was vacated from office. And so I understand why that happened, and there are reasons from time to time that things need to be restructured. But that is a point of fact that happens, that sometimes individual politicians' terms get shuffled. And that's just how it is. And when we instituted municipal districts, those terms, I think, as our chair stated, even herself, those terms, I think, started with a one-year term. Some of them ran for. One person had to run 3 years in a row because he was thrown out by a judge. Anyway, it's not unheard of for people's terms to be cut short. That's not a constitutional violation by any means. And there are good reasons for us to do this because we are the county, we represent the county, and it's good for county rules to apply across the board. We're not currently talking about municipalities. However, I support that for municipalities as well. As a matter of fact, City of Bartlett has applied for and received permission from the state to institute term limits. And so that will be coming to the City of Bartlett, facing their municipality. So this is nothing unusual. It's nothing targeted at any one person or any one type of person. It's just what is best for the voter. And it's not about a state takeover. It's about returning power to the voter. So I would say, to wrap up, if the concern is putting something to a referendum, there's no better referendum than putting this back to the voter and empowering the voters to make these choices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Before I go to the commissioners that are in the queue, we do have 2 appearance cards. I want to give them the opportunity to speak because we have been talking quite a bit as commissioners only on this item. So our first speaker is Charlie Nelson. All right, I don't see Nelson. So my next one is Damon Curry Morris. If you can come up, state your name and your address. And you'll have 3 minutes for the record.
Damon Curry Morris, 1529 Dunmore Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114. Commissioners, I agree that something needs to be done, but I disagree with the rhetoric that's being put out into the community. As I've had several conversations with several commissioners in Nashville and down here, this is not a racial issue, okay? Because if we take it back, as I said on the state Senate floor, if we take this back, it was black and brown people that got us in this mess. So we need to make that clear to the community, okay? I got one county commissioner who said, I act like a fool everywhere I go. I'm just passionate about education and what's going on. I'm being targeted by this school board as we speak. My 3 grandchildren and my niece and my nephew who are students are being targeted by this school board as we speak. You ought to see my inbox from teachers, parents. We can go through the legalities of all this all day long, but are we really listening to the people? Because if the people were listened to in the first place, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing this. So it's still business as usual. The community is rallying. I talked to Democrat and Republican lawmakers in Nashville, and both of them was on the same accord. Don't invite the state in here. The school board did that. That wasn't the county commission. That was the school board. Let's talk about what is actually going on in these streets. Let's talk about a student that I spoke to yesterday who has to catch a MATA bus, and we know to get to Overton High School every day for programming just so he can go to college. Let's talk about that. Where is the surveys that the community asked for when this act was taken by the school board? Where are those? They still haven't been done. So you can call me what you want, but what you won't call me is a liar. And right now, my children are being ostracized who couldn't even go to an MSCS event because of the action of a school board member. And if you want to know more about it, ask the Shelby County DA because he's in on it too. Trying to silence the community. So don't tell me anything about the voters. And this may sound personal to the commission, but it's the reality of what's happening because I'm not the only one. I'm the only one speaking up about it.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Real quick, Madam Chair, to the attorney, I just want to know, because she did mention the AG, if you've had any contact with the AG since our last meeting, or since this was referred via state representative to the AG.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. No, I have not had contact with the AG. This was referred to the AG, and I understand that representatives are in communication with that office.
Okay, so do you know whether or not the AG actually vetted this resolution, I mean, not the resolution, but the state bill prior to it passing on the floor?
Representatives that, we listened to the audio tape in office, and representatives in the General Assembly said this item went to and was approved by the AG's office. That is all that I have in terms of information on that point.
Okay, it said it went to the AG's office?
It said went to, I think the representative said went to, was reviewed by the attorneys and approved.
By
But that's
the
all-
attorneys?
Yep, that's all.
Didn't say AG?
To your point, no.
Okay, okay. I'm just wondering if this was actually signed off, because it would make a difference if it was actually signed off by the AG or not, or some innocuous little group of attorneys. So, again, if it was signed off by the AG, we can just put our folder up, because he's not going to come back with anything that's going to negate his original opinion. If it was not signed off, then it may be something different. Who knows when we'll get it? But that was a curiosity I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
Thank you. This is committee work at its best. So, to the chair and to the chair of this body, I'm only going to read one excerpt. I think we got Tory Harris's letter. Did everybody receive that? He had a response on July 31st regarding the Shelby County School Board elections, and I'm only going to read the piece to where I have concern with the item that's in front of us, and I may not necessarily ask to bifurcate today, but I may ask to bifurcate on Monday. Representative Harris stated, this legislation does not address vacating or, using his words and others, abridging the term of an elected official. Again, these are his words in the letter. It says, to avoid potential unconstitutionality, if enacted, the local legislative body may adopt to have elections for the County Board of Education to be held at the same time and on the same election cycle as elections for members of the local legislative body for the county, but please consider starting with a 2-year term for all seats up in the next election, that would be 1, 6, 8, and 9, which a term would not be abridged, followed by 4-year terms that will align with your local legislative body for elections thereafter. In doing so ensures the term of those recently elected are not abridged unintentionally. And it does reference a possible attorney general opinion and whatnot. That's the reason why I have concerns starting term limits in 2030 when there's an opportunity to start it in 2026. Again, I will not ask for this to be bifurcated up here, but eventually this body will need to decide whether they want to align in 2026 or 2030, and the term limit piece. And since the attorney wanted to ask me a question, I'm going to ask her something as well. So hypothetically, if an alignment happened in 2026 or 2030, when would the term limit start, or would it depend on whether we vote on this or put it out there for the voters? I'll reiterate it another way. Whenever the term limits start, would that mean that those individuals would be able to serve 2 terms for a year after the fact?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, yes, that's my understanding.
So essentially it goes back to somebody's term could go all the way to 2038, and we're in 2025. Okay. I won't do the exercising of all of that. I just want that to be put out there because I may ask for some modifications on the floor Monday. And with that being said, I give it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. And I would like, I see you have a copy of that letter. I'm not sure that everyone here has a copy of that letter. So can we make sure everyone has a copy of that?
Madam Chair, can I just make a quick note
Chairman
on
White.
that letter that I think was unintentional, but it was a slight change in when that 2-year term would be. So in the letter, he referenced 2026, which were the District 1, 6, 8, and 9. The issue with that is that the next county election is 2030, not 2028. So that's why that doesn't work. The way it's done in the substitute works to align it. The way that it was written, I think it was unintentional in the letter that Commissioner Ford is referencing. It wouldn't have aligned it, right? Because it says 2-year terms until 2028. Well, there is no. Our elections are not in 2028. So the way it's written before us does accomplish the alignment. And the 2-year term is proper to do that. And then I think what we still hear is a question around the applicability of when the term limits come into play, which would be written as a qualification for office. So you know, there's a list of qualifications for office. It would say, have you served 2 prior consecutive 4-year terms? If so, you are not eligible. If not, you are.
Thank you, Chairman Wiley. Commissioner Ford, your name is here.
Yet in reference.
Okay.
So what Chair Whaley just stated is not either, it's neither in the original that's not on the floor, nor this. as far as if you served blank, 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 then you can qualify to run to, none of what you just said, which is not bad, I just disagree on the starting point, is not in here. So will there be language for Monday to be incorporated in what you just stated? Because that's not in here.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair, I think that I agree. I think we should clarify that, sort of how we're applying it, because different people can interpret it different ways. And I think what you're hearing is the intent seems to be 2 consecutive 4-year terms, so you wouldn't count the 2-year term, and that would be the term limit. And so the question is, does that apply in 2026 or in 2030? And we can decide, because there may be some more conversation on whether we want to do it in 2026 or 2030. But we just need, either way, the language should be clarified. So we can, Attorney Smith, and we can work on language that clarifies how it's implemented, how it's defined, I think will help avoid the lack of clarity around that.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Ford, you still have time left? Are you?
No, I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you so much. All right, now we're at the point of where we're voting on the substitute, where we are. So Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally the votes, and we can, someone can go find IT? Because we do have, I think, 2 additional committees, 3.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, Avant, Chairman Whaley. We have no votes from Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Mills abstained. We have 6 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you so much for this robust conversation coming out of Committee Number 6. This concludes Committee Number 6 at this time.
And thank you, Madam Chair. We will now convene Committee Number 10, General Government. Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, Madam Parliamentarian. Oh, it's been moved. I'll move it. Oh, it's been moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Brooks. County Attorney reports no conflicts. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk. Please, every member voted. Madam Clerk, give us a tally, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Brooks, Wright. We have 4 aye votes.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And that will conclude General Government Committee. We will now move to convene Committee 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, first item, please.
Item 1 is an ordinance third reading, Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 16, Article 4, to provide for the establishment of an administrative fee to be imposed by the Shelby County Land Bank for the private lot grass maintenance program, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right. And we do have it's been moved by Commissioner Ford, second by Commissioner Brooks. We have a presenter, Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Again, this is the ordinance to implement a fee. This fee would be incurred by private citizens who let their grass grow too tall, and we have to go in and cut it, and then we file a lien. Currently, the county government incurs that cost.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Would this also apply to, could it apply to conveyances? If we convey some property to a nonprofit and they're not cutting the grass?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. If a nonprofit is not cutting the grass in an unincorporated area, please report it to us, and we handle that in unincorporated areas in cooperation with the health department. If it's in a city limit, then it's the city.
Well, I mean, under this new ordinance, in the city, after this ordinance is signed by the mayor, would this be applicable to nonprofits in the city that have received a conveyance?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Sorry, Commissioner, I'm not sure that would be applicable because the ordinance we reference is a county ordinance, and that's where we gain our authority to go in and cut these private lots. So the ordinance that enables us to actually go onto the property and cut the lots is only applicable in unincorporated areas.
But we do make conveyances in the city, right?
Correct.
Nonprofits in the city,
Yes.
but we can't, okay. So what legally prohibits us from doing that? Oh,
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I'm sorry, what was the?
well, I was
legal
asking the question, Ms. Sykes-Wood, if once this ordinance is signed by the mayor, ready to go into implementation, would it be applicable to conveyances in the city, nonprofit conveyances in the city? And she said no, because, of course, our jurisdiction is in the county, but we do make conveyances to nonprofits in the city.
That's correct. Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, we could make conveyances to entities and those properties that are brought into the land bank, but in terms of where we apply an ordinance, the ordinance only applies to unincorporated Shelby County.
And I could add to that, Commissioner, because I think I know where you're going with that, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. So we do have our conveyances, and we do have the requirements that they adhere to code in that for the next 5 years, or the right of reversion kicks in. Currently, we have staff reviewing that, and I plan on bringing the annual report for the Land Bank to y'all soon. But a little sneak peek, we have a lot of NCCs that got these donations that are not in compliance with that. So what would happen with that is then we refer that over to legal once we find that they're not in compliance and they don't come into compliance, because then it would be more of a contractual issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, well, still something is amiss on that, but thank you for that. Okay, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sykes and the county attorney, I do have a question. I support the item, but I do have a question, because this is probably not going to be the last piece of legislation that deals with land bank or delinquent properties or things of that nature. What would be the best source or resource to give commissioners the information that we need in order to know if a resolution or ordinance like this only can be taken from the standpoint of unincorporated or in the county as a whole? And the reason why I'm asking, and a couple of my constituents have already left, one of the arguments has been the city of Memphis encompasses 70% of that tax base. So is it something in the charter, or is it because this is the ordinance? What is the resource that we can utilize as commissioners in order to know if particular things can only be effective in unincorporated Shelby County only? Because I know there are things that have come through us, whether it's land or whether it's executing something that's law enforcement based. I just need to know in these last 13 months, what do we need to look at in order to state to our constituency, this only applies to unincorporated, or if there's something that we may need to do in the future in order to expand that out to those who do pay taxes. If you live in Memphis, you pay Shelby County taxes, and you also pay City of Memphis taxes. So if somebody can answer that, that would basically help me out for the purposes of what I may need to do or try to go across the street to try to get done. So it looks like the county attorney wants to answer that question first, so through the chair to the attorney.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I think there isn't any one source. My answer to that question as a practical item going forward is the Attorney's Office. We can look at adding something either to the summary or to the ordinance itself that clarifies the authority that gives the county the ability to adopt an ordinance. For example, the county only has that authority which is granted to it by law. So to the extent that you're passing an ordinance, the bounds of that ordinance are defined by that authorizing legislation, and it varies by subject, and I think we can help be more clear, potentially even in a summary document.
And if you could add that to what we just discussed regarding schools, what we can and cannot do, that should be in the same category as far as this is concerned. Thank you.
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. If I may add, I think some of the confusion here too is all our previous items usually have to do with these delinquent tax parcels. This ordinance has nothing to do with the delinquent tax parcels.
No, it was just a question, as far as I could see. I mean, it stands out because all of our districts are in the city of Memphis. And we got grass taller than I am, so I'm trying to figure out, and quite a few of those are conveyances. So I need to take down addresses, right? Do I?
Please, Esther Sykeswood, if you see anything overgrown, even if it's not ours, we will definitely get you in the right direction.
Okay. All right, thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the board. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted? Madam Clerk.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a lead hazard reduction grant award contract between Shelby County Government and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $5,951,397.05 for the period of March 14, 2025 through March 14, 2029, approving a memorandum of understanding between Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis in the amount of $360,000 for the period of March 14, 2025 through March 14, 2029, amending the FY 2026 operating budget to appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $5,790,860 in the Division of Planning and Development, and amending the FY 2026 position control budget to add 4 FTEs. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2024 federal grant funds in the amount of $5,790,860, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford. And we have presenters. Afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon. Anita Tate with the Shelby County Department of Housing Lead-Based Paint Program Manager. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for sponsoring this resolution. As mentioned, we are here to request the acceptance of $5.7 million in federal funds from HUD to continue the work that we've been doing for over 30 years, and that is remediating homes throughout Memphis and Shelby County of the hazards that exist based off of deteriorated lead-based paint. As you all may know, and some of you may not, lead exposure, particularly from deteriorating paint in older homes, is a silent threat that continues to affect the families in our community. The science is clear. Lead poisoning can cause irreversible damage to children's development. It can impair their learning and increase behavioral issues. It is disproportionately affects low-income households and communities of color, which perpetuate the cycles of disadvantages. With these funds, we hope to continue, or we will continue, identifying and remediating lead hazards in hundreds of homes, prioritizing those that have young children and women that could potentially become pregnant. Secondly, we will continue to provide education and outreach to residents about the safety and the prevention of lead-based paint. And we also will continue to create jobs, and that is by certifying contractors and inspectors and workers to carry out this remediation work. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is transparency and accountability. So we track everything that we do, and we report on a regular basis to HUD. We have discovered that this is not just a health initiative, but this is an investment in the future of Memphis and Shelby County. Every dollar that's spent on lead hazard control yields significant returns in the reduction of health costs, improved educational outcomes, and stronger communities. So maybe we won't need new jails if we can figure out why young kids and teenagers are acting out in our community. Could it be tied to hazards that are a result of lead-based paint exposure? We want to make our program in Shelby County one that is a model for proactive approaches to the remediation of lead-based paint. And we respectfully urge that the commission accept or give us approval to accept these funds. And I appreciate, again, the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of Shelby County Department of Housing, particularly the lead-based paint program.
Well, thank you so much for all that you do. Your work is right up there with teachers. I tell you, it is such a big problem in our schools and in our homes, older homes. How many homes do you think we can cover with this grant, approximately?
We have a goal of 125 houses that we will remediate with these funds. And we have a goal of 150 homes that we will inspect. So all of these homes may not have lead, but they are entitled to an inspection, provided they meet the criteria of our program.
And your inspection, if there is lead, will you be able to cover them? So you have 30 that you inspect, and that you find 30 homes that contain lead. Will you be able to remediate those homes, additional 30?
Anita Tate with the Shelby County Department of Housing Lead-Based Paint Program. Yes, ma'am, we will. Because all homes that we inspect and find lead will not need the same amount of remediation as the next home. So there are some homes that will need quite a bit, and there are some homes that will need fewer. So it will balance itself out. So even though we are projecting 125, is potentially we could do more than that, and we have done more than our goal in the past.
Okay, so how do you go about targeting your area, your geographical area?
Anita Tate with the Shelby County Department of Housing Lead-Based Paint Program. We have zip codes that we have mapped that have the oldest housing stock.
Right.
And those are the zip codes that we target. Of course, we're willing to do an inspection for any home where there's a child under the age of 5 because that is our number one priority. But we have mapped these zip codes and we have determined where those older homes are that are pre-78.
Do you have an overlay of zip codes? I mean, not zip codes, but county commission districts?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, so where's the predominant homes with lead by district, county commission district?
Personally, I don't know by just right off the top what those district numbers are, but I can say that the zip codes where we found the most lead would be the 38114, which is Orange Mound or Bethel Grove.
10.
Yeah, okay, 38111, which is right there on the edge going back toward Highlands.
7.
Okay, and 38106 and 38126, which would be the south part of Memphis.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's amazing. I wish there was some way that I could direct you out to a pot of money because your services are really, really needed when it comes to our children, and that the lead in water fountains and homes, and then the contaminated sites where they play. It's just, and some of those haven't been declared superfunds or contaminated sites. We find out later that they are. So it needs to be a process, but that's a whole nother story. Thank you so much for the work you do. I'm not looking at my screen. Anyone else?
You're welcome.
Okay. Dana, did you want to say something?
Oh, thank you. Dana Shostrom, Division of Planning and Development. I'm just in great support of this program and really we're delighted to bring this in front of you, and we look forward to serving the residents and continue to do so.
Well, thank you all so much for what you do. Seeing no members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. Madam Clerk, will you prepare the screen? Oh, yes, ma'am. Would you want to reserve? Yeah. I'm going to hold, but certificate
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Okay, well, thank you, ma'am. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliament, thank you, ladies. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the sale of 25 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $172,785 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Brooks. And we have Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This resolution has a negative collection of back taxes of $60,708.16. 18 of the parcels were sold for less than back taxes owed out of the 25. And for the out-of-town buyers, 10 properties were sold to 7 out-of-town buyers.
Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk? Oh, this item, I moved it and seconded. Madam Clerk is not here, so we will move to the vote. Every member voted? All right, Madam Clerk, can we have the tally?
Yes, ma'am. We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that concludes Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Thank you very much.
Would anybody like to commence committee number 3?
I'm frozen too, but I'll go ahead and I'll call to order Committee 3, Hospitals and Health. Can we read item 1?
Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Tertiary Healthcare System, City Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren presenting.
Okay, and may I speak? Point of information?
Yeah, Commissioner Sherman.
Thank you. And so City Councilman Warren has asked to be moved to the next committee meeting, which would be August the 20th, because of a commitment.
I have a motion to move this to August. Oh, no motion. Oh, okay.
I want to put it on record, so it'll be moved.
It's
to
on the
next
record.
meeting.
This is an action item, so it's
Right.
not, so basically
I can say it.
we, as a staff, we just put it on to the next.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am. Mhm.
Thank you.
All right. I think that concludes, unless Mr. Former Chair Turner, do you have any comments for us? Okay. We'll invite you back, August 20. You can come back. All right. Thank you all. This concludes Committee 3.